Chapter 1809. The gray-robed elder was overjoyed. This is a complete chain of rules. A moment later, the elder stroked his beard and smiled. The law of darkness has been condensed 100%. At once, the entire vicinity of the altar was in an uproar. What? He has condensed a complete law? Doesn't that mean he only needs to train his soul to the level of an emperor, then train his cultivation level to the peak of half-emperor to become an emperor of heaven and earth? Unbelievable. He will definitely become an emperor of heaven and earth. Unlike the increase in cultivation level in the past, the most important thing to become an emperor of heaven and earth was not the divine energy or soul, but the law. As long as the law was condensed completely, the probability of becoming an emperor was almost 100%. This time, the royal family has really exploded. Forget the fact that the second prince had a 90% condensation. Now there is a complete one. TSK, the royal family will definitely have at least 2 more emperor of heaven and earth. The envious gazes of the crowd greatly satisfied the 5th prince's vanity. As a result, the crowd's contempt for him was swept away. Once one became an emperor, he would be in existence above all others, the complete opposite of an overlord. In the entire Du Empire, who had the right to look down on an emperor? No one. Being an emperor meant supreme glory. He looked at the expressionless Su Yu proudly, his eyes filled with mocking laughter. It was as if he could already imagine Su Yu's pitiful fate when he owed him 100,000 divine stones. The gray-robed emperor also felt gratified, laughing. Ha! The new generation excels the old. The future belongs to you young people. With you, the royal family can protect the empire for another 10,000 years. Let me try too. Princess Rukin, who had been neglected by the crowd, ran over with a smile. The gray-robed elder was in a good mood. Why don't you try too? You have been comprehending for so long. You should have gained a lot, right? He was hoping that Princess Rukin could also condense a complete chain of rules. But the probability was not high. Putting aside the fact that Princess Rukin's talent was ordinary and there was nothing outstanding about her, she was also rather muddle-headed. Her comprehension abilities were probably far inferior to the 5th prince's. Furthermore, the 5th prince had been able to condense a complete chain of rules because he had swallowed a unique, pure-blood crystal bodhi. Princess Rukin would only be able to condense 80% of it at most, and that was just a wild guess. In reality, it might not even be 80%. Princess Ru Chun grasped the coiling dragon ruler with great interest and activated the chains of laws condensed in her body. Soon enough, the coiling dragon ruler reacted. First, there was a violent tremor. Then, the multicolored light grew to a height of 10,000 zhang. The signs were exactly the same as the 5th prince's. The gray-robed old man's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "A complete chain of law!" The crowd, who had yet to return to their senses from the 5th prince's stunning performance, were once again shocked by the dazzling light. Their eyes were filled with shock. Princess Rukin has also condensed a complete chain of laws. Didn't the rumors say that Princess Rukin was a complete little fool? How could he comprehend the complete chains of laws? The expressions of the 5 princes who were present also changed. Even the 1st prince was shocked. My sister, how did she complete it? The 2nd prince was a little dazed. He couldn't believe it. The reason why the princes were exceptionally close to Princess Rukin was because she was the most harmless. Be it in terms of scheming or talent, she was far inferior to them. However, the scene before them overturned their understanding. The 5th prince's ability to condense a complete set of laws was largely due to the special blood crystal bodhi. However, what right did his sister have? Her shocking performance really caught many of her royal brothers off guard. The 5th prince was also stunned. After a while he stammered, "My sister, you've also condensed a complete set of laws." Princess Rukin stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Only fifth brother is allowed to have some accomplishments. Can I give everyone a little surprise? Everyone was shocked. The gray-robed emperor was stunned for a moment. Then he announced joyfully, 100 flowers laws, 100% condensed. He was rather agitated, and his pale face brimmed with joy. He could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha! It's really the Tianqing royal family. Within 10 years, the royal family will definitely produce 2 divine sovereigns of heaven and earth. The spectators felt complicated emotions. This was especially so for the second-tier king conferring representatives. They felt even more bitter. Compared to the eye-catching members of the royal family, their best result was merely condensing 60% of the chain of laws. The density of the path reign naturally determined that their gains were far inferior to the royal families. For a moment, everyone felt extremely conflicted, and they all looked a little down. The gray-robed elder was very sad. He looked at Princess Rookin with a loving gaze. I have some manuals for when I broke through to the martial emperor realm back then. It contains my understanding back then. After the 2 of you go down, come to my mansion. I'll give you some pointers. His words drew the jealousy of the crowd once again. How many unnecessary steps could they take with the pointers of the double-crowned divine sovereigns? Princess Rookin's small face was filled with surprise. To her, this was a significant gain. Thank you, Grandpa Greyrobe. Princess Rookin's small mouth was sweet, and the gray-robed elder burst into laughter. The 5th prince's mood improved. Even though his outstanding performance had been suppressed by Princess Rookin's rise, it did not matter. The scene he was most looking forward to had yet to play out. Haha, 6th brother, until when are you going to hide? You've been pretending to be asleep for more than 10 days. It's time to show your true colors. The 5th prince stared at Suyu and smiled sinisterly. The crowd's emotions were stirred up again. Most of them had waited until now to watch a shocking, grand gamble. Even though there was no suspense in the outcome, it was still worth watching. The gray-robed elder's smile faded, and he looked at Suyu expressionlessly. 6th prince, it's your turn. The onlookers began to clamor. Go ahead. So many of us have been waiting for you for so many days. Don't dawdle any longer. Among the crowd, the 1st prince was calm and unruffled. The 5th prince had formed a complete chain of rules, and he was undefeatable. No matter how many chains of rules Suyu formed, there was nothing to fear. This was a huge gamble, and they were bound to win. Suyu's expression was calm. He came before the coiling dragon ruler, and as the crowd urged him, he grabbed the coiling dragon ruler. After a moment, the coiling dragon ruler changed slightly. Rays of dim light flickered near the coiling dragon ruler. Seeing this, none of the onlookers found it strange. Princess Rookin sighed silently. She began to think about how to raise the money. 100,000 divine stones was a huge sum even for the princess's mansion. It would be difficult to gather it in a short time. The 1st imperial prince and the 5th imperial prince relaxed at the same time, feeling much more relaxed. The dust had settled, and there was no longer any suspense. The gray-robed elder frowned slightly. 40% condensation? 6th prince, you have disappointed me. The rest of the princes had at least 60% condensation. 40% condensation showed how stupid the 6th prince was. However, the next moment, when the specific information appeared, the gray-robed elder's expression changed abruptly. His aged face was filled with shock. This is the law of life. My God, it is one of the supreme 8 great laws of heavenly law. As soon as he said that, the smiling faces of the 5th prince and the 1st prince stiffened. The onlookers who had been sneering also seemed to be frozen in place. Most of the people present were overlords, and they had a certain understanding of the laws. There were tens of thousands of laws in the world, and they were innumerable. However, there were 8 main laws, which were the main components of the entire world. It could be said that the rest of the laws were derived from the 8 great laws. They were also known as the 8 great profound meanings of the heavenly law, and they were the most profound laws. They were time, space, soul, life, death, fate, reincarnation, and creation. Those who could comprehend any of the 8 great laws and condense a law were all geniuses that were hard to find in the world. The degree of the law that Suyu had condensed might have been very low, but the object of the condensation was the law of life, one of the 8 great laws. The gray-robed elder opened his eyes wide, his expression extremely excited. He was even more excited than the 5th prince, who had condensed a complete law. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. We are a 3-star civilization, far away from the ecliptic palace, and there is still someone who can comprehend one of the legendary 8 great laws. He looked at Suyu as if he was looking at a peerless treasure. The rest of the people were also greatly shocked. Since ancient times, those who could condense one of the 8 great laws had all achieved earth-shattering feats. To think that the 6th prince, who had attracted the most attention, had actually comprehended a law of such difficulty. Hiss! It is no wonder that the 6th prince has comprehended the 8 great laws for so long. Ordinary people cannot even touch the profound meaning of the 8 great laws. If it were the 5th prince and Princess Rukin comprehending the profound meaning of life, they might not even be able to condense 20% of it. My God, how extraordinary is the 6th prince's level of comprehension! To be able to condense 40% of the law of life. This is unprecedented in the Du Empire. TSK, if I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have believed that someone could condense the law of life. His future is limitless if he can complete the chain of the law of life. The crowd was in an uproar, even more so than the 5th prince's. It could be imagined that the 6th prince's reputation would spread throughout the entire empire, far surpassing that of the 5th prince. The 5th prince clenched his fists tightly. His limelight had been overshadowed by Suyu. But on second thought, so what if he had overshadowed Suyu? At least from the looks of it, he had won. In terms of the degree of condensation, he had 100%, while the other party had 40%. A sly smile formed at the corner of his mouth. The gray-robed elder sized Suyu up for a long time. This 6th prince had given him too many surprises. The law of life, the results of your comprehension, this time can be said to be astonishing. The gray-robed elder pondered for a long time. The joy on his face gradually faded, and a hint of regret filled his eyes. With your level of comprehension, if you had chosen to condense an ordinary law, I believe you would have absolute confidence in completing the condensation. But you chose to condense a law that should not be condensed. The crowd pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. They looked at Suyu with eyes full of sympathy. The difficulty of condensing the law of life was beyond imagination. This time, with the help of the Tao Rain, he had barely condensed 40% of it. In the future, unless he had a great opportunity comparable to the Tao Rain, he would not be able to advance further. And if the law could not be condensed completely, he would not be fated to become an emperor. Chapter 1810. Sai, after you go down, come to my mansion. Over the years, I have learned a little about the law of life. I will teach you all of it. I hope it will be of help to you. The gray-robed elder sighed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Although you lost the bet, from a certain perspective, you won. He also felt sorry for Suyu. Just as he was comforting him, Suyu suddenly said, "My test is not over yet. It is still too early to make a conclusion." The gray-robed emperor was stunned. The 5th prince and the 1st prince were also stunned. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. They stared at Suyu in shock. What did he mean? Wasn't the test over? Right at this moment, the coiling dragon ruler, which had just fallen silent, suddenly shook violently and let out a vigorous and powerful dragon roar. A green pillar of light shot up into the sky. The light was extremely dazzling, enveloping the entire imperial city in a green light. The scene was almost the same as the scene when the Tao rain came. The crowd stared blankly at the strange sight before them. The gray-robed elder was even more dazed. He had never seen anyone's law be able to create such a natural phenomenon. Buzz, the coiling dragon ruler, shook violently, and a line of clear words entered the gray-robed emperor's eyes. Seeing the words clearly, he, the Double Crown Emperor, shuddered. It's one of the 8 great laws, the law of space, the degree of condensation. Hiss, 100%. At that moment, the crowd was dead silent. The reason for the gray-robed emperor's shock reverberated. Their hearts were also shaken by this shout, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Not to mention the fact that Suyu had condensed 40% of the law of life. He still had time to condense another of the 8 great laws, the law of space. What made everyone's scalp go numb? And they could not believe that he had succeeded. He had successfully condensed one of the 8 great laws, the law of space. The crowd stood numbly on the spot. They had lost the ability to think, and the word impossible kept circling in their minds. It was not that they did not want to believe it, but that they could not. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed violently. His body trembled incessantly, and he was in extreme shock. He had lived for tens of thousands of years, and he had seen many strange things. But this was the first time he had ever seen such an unbelievable scene like the one before him. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses, and the way he looked at Suyu had completely changed. It was obvious that he was the Double Crown Martial Emperor, an existence far superior to Suyu. However, the way he looked at Suyu was filled with deep respect. A mere 3-star civilization could no longer accommodate such a monstrous powerhouse who grasped one of the 8 great laws. Any civilization would fight to have such an astonishing genius. Even the high and mighty Ecliptic Palace would make a special trip to snatch him and nurture him carefully. The gray-robed emperor could sense that the Diyu Empire would enter an unprecedented era of glory in the near future. His brilliance would definitely overshadow any ruler of the Diyu Empire. Crack! The great prince's leisurely posture of sipping tea froze. With a crack in his palm, he crushed the teacup, and the tea splashed all over him. At this moment, he was staring at Suyu as if he was staring at an unprecedented great enemy. Yes, the eldest prince felt a sense of danger, a danger he had never felt before. A genius who had comprehended one of the 8 great laws would definitely be highly regarded by Imperial Father. A deep murderous intent lingered in his eyes. The 5th prince's face was drained of all color, and his throat was cracking. He wanted to say something, but could not. The shocking, great, heaven-defying reversal had shattered all the beautiful scenes he had imagined, and even pushed him into an abyss of eternal damnation. 100,000 divine stones. His entire fortune was less than 50,000 divine stones. Where could he find the remaining 50,000? Suyu let go of his hand, his heart filled with regret. He had comprehended every drop of the 100 drops of Tao rain to the extreme, but it could only support him in condensing the space law and 40% of the life law. It would be great if he could experience a few more drops of Tao rain. Seeing the faint disappointment in Suyu's eyes, the gray-robed emperor was both surprised and emotional. The other princes and princesses were overjoyed to have condensed the laws, but Suyu? Condensing one of the 8 great laws, the space law, and 40% of the life law was still regretful. In comparison, Suyu's vision was far greater than the other princes. As expected of someone who trained outside from a young age, the gray-robed emperor attributed everything to Suyu's experiences. The test ends here, the gray-robed emperor said excitedly, clearing his throat. He could not wait to immediately inform the monarch that among his 6 sons, an unprecedented possessor of the 8 great laws had been born. The crowd left one after another, unable to recover from the shock of witnessing a miracle for a long time. From this day on, the name of the 6th prince, Dongfengyu, would resound throughout the Diyu Empire and even the nearby civilizations. The fifth prince blended into the crowd and left quietly. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a voice that seemed to be laughing, yet not laughing. "Fifth Imperial brother, where are you going? The bet has ended, and it seems like it's time to settle the bet." The crowd made way, exposing the fifth prince. Under the gaze of the crowd, the fifth prince had nowhere to hide. He could only grit his teeth and stiffly pull his face at Suyu, making an ugly smile. Sixth brother, I was just joking with you. You cannot take it seriously." He no longer had the arrogance and haughtiness he had before the Dao reign. He looked pitiful, like a pitiful worm that had been bullied. Suyu walked over, his eyes filled with disdain. If Suyu was the one who had lost, would he take it as a joke? He wouldn't, as he would use it as a threat to kill Suyu. Even though he looked pitiful now, Suyu had spared him and not received any gratitude from him. Instead, he would continue to think of ways to harm Suyu. Eunuch Chao, as a witness, do you think a bet made by a prince can be considered a joke? Suyu said. Eunuch Chao laughed. Sixth prince, you must be joking. The bet was made in front of everyone. Both parties were willing, and there were witnesses. Naturally, it is valid. If this matter was reported to the monarch, the sixth prince would still stand on the side of reason. He did not think much of the fifth prince. He had aggressively forced the sixth prince to participate in an unfair bet, and even used sophistry to claim that it was fair. In the end, he had lost so badly despite having such a huge advantage. Not only that, he even intended to renege on the bet. That was the bet that he had initiated, and it was in front of everyone. How dare he say it was a joke? He loathed such a prince from the bottom of his heart. Fifth prince, please honor the bet and give the sixth prince 100,000 divine stones. If you do not have enough divine stones, write an IOU, Eunuch Chao said with a smile. The fifth prince shuddered. After hesitating for a long time, he took out a space storage device. I only have 50,000 divine stones, and the remaining 50,000 I owe you. Suyu took the 50,000 divine stones without hesitation. I can give you the remaining 50,000 I owe you, but you must return it within a month. Otherwise, I will take the sixth brother of the fifth prince's residence as payment for the debt. Also, all the items on you, including the items in the storage space and the treasures you carry with you, will be confiscated to pay the debt. If that is not enough, then I hope that the fifth prince will reluctantly sign a contract to be a servant in the sixth brother's residence until you pay off the debt. Hearing this, the onlookers gasped. How ruthless! The fifth prince was even more furious. A month? Are you kidding me? Where am I going to find 50,000 divine stones for you in a month? That's your problem. You were the one who forced me to take part in the bet. Now that I have lost, you can't blame me, right? So you took out a pen and paper. With a few strokes, he wrote the IOU. Fifth brother, sign it. The fifth prince was furious. Dongfang, you don't go too far. You do not have the slightest bit of experience in the imperial palace. Don't be too arrogant. Haha, you were the one who bullied me. How did it become me bullying you? Suyu walked over and stared at him. Are you going to sign this or not? The fifth prince shed all pretense of cordiality. So what if I don't sign it? What can a foreign bastard like you do to me? The word bastard was particularly harsh. Perhaps some people thought so, but they would not dare say it out loud. Dongfang Xia's harsh punishment was inevitable. The fifth prince's words showed that he did not intend to complete the bet. Suyu smiled. What can I do to you? Fifth brother, you are very confident in your abilities. Or are you looking down on me? Humph. No matter how weak I am still stronger than you. The techniques and treasures he used in the imperial palace were all top-notch items in the Diyu Empire. Suyu, who spent most of his time traveling, could not be compared to them. Haha, is that so? Suyu clasped his left hand behind his back and clenched his right hand. The bright red Azura sword appeared in his palm. Then let me see where fifth brother's courage comes from. Demon Master's world. Turbulent, demonic energy burned the giant's sword. As he waved it, layers of illusions appeared. The fifth prince was stunned, and he instantly fell into a daze. But a jade pendant on his neck suddenly turned cold, waking him up from his daze. Illusion technique? The fifth prince was shocked. He hurriedly took out his dark sword and waved it. Dozens of strange, curved sword shadows attacked Suyu's flaws from all directions, as expected of a member of the royal family. Even though he only had the cultivation of a peak overlord, he was much more difficult to deal with than ordinary overlords. Now that he had unleashed the Demon Master's world, it was much stronger than before. Ordinary peak overlords would be killed before they could even wake up. For the fifth prince to be able to wake up in advance and to wield such strange sword shadows, his abilities were extraordinary. Not a bad swordsmanship. It is similar to the law of shadow that you have condensed, Suyu commented casually. However, in the face of absolute power, it is all a sham. As he spoke, the shadow of the Azura sword in his palm smashed down, forming an arc-shaped shock wave around him that swept across the surroundings. The twisted sword shadows that attacked were crushed like bubbles. The sharp sword light swept towards the fifth prince with irresistible force. He was shocked. He was extremely satisfied and confident with his shadow swordsmanship. It had an incomparable restraining effect on people of the same level. However, although they were both swordsmanship, the opponent's sword shadow was more than a level stronger. It directly crushed his swordsmanship. In a panic, he used his sword to block in front of his chest. At the same time, the surface of his body flickered with divine light. A layer of bronze-colored protective armor covered him from head to toe. Chapter 1811. Suyu laughed, the giant sword slashing down with crushing force. The loud rumble completely drowned out the fifth prince's roar. The crowd's pupils dilated as they witnessed the shocking scene. The black sword in the fifth prince's hand was broken by the great force flying out of his hand. The armor on the surface of his body was pierced through like a piece of paper by the blood-red giant sword. Wah! The giant sword smashed into his chest, causing the fifth prince to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying into the altar. Every inch of his limbs was fractured. He coughed violently, coughing out bloody chunks of flesh. His insides were rotten. The crowd felt their scalps go numb as they witnessed the scene. Hiss! At the same cultivation level, the sixth prince's sword techniques completely crushed the fifth prince's. The sixth prince's abilities are beyond compare. My God, the sixth prince had hidden such powerful abilities. The onlookers were horrified, once again shocked by the sixth prince's sword. Whoosh! Suyu gripped the Shura sword and walked in front of the fifth prince. He lifted his chin with the cold blade and calmly said, "Fifth brother, what do you think a foreign bastard like me can do to you now?" The fifth prince raised his head, his face full of hatred. "Dongfang you!" Slap! Suyu kicked his face and stepped on him, calmly saying, "It's not nice to call me by my name." Such humiliating behavior drew the ire of the other princes. The second prince scolded, "Sixth brother, enough is enough. Everything is done in moderation." The third and fourth princes also looked at him unkindly, as if disgusted by Suyu's actions. Suyu turned his head to look at them, his lips curving. "Why? Are the three princes planning to pay for my fifth brother's debt? If so, then everyone will be happy. If not, then please shut up." When the fifth prince was acting shamelessly, forcing him to participate in the bet, the other princes did not stand up for him. Now that the fifth prince was at a disadvantage, they all stood up for him. In the end, they did not approve of Suyu, the newly joined sixth prince. If that was the case, why should Suyu be polite to them? "Sixth brother, you are being presumptuous." The second prince's face darkened, his half-martial artist aura leaking out. His faintly discernible, threatening gaze stared straight at Suyu, secretly warning him. The third prince and the fourth prince also looked over coldly, and it seemed like they were about to attack. It was 3 against 1, and one of them was a half-step martial emperor. Most people thought that Suyu was in a disadvantageous situation. Only Princess Ru Qin knew that the 3 princes were looking for trouble. She looked on with an expressionless face, but her heart was bursting with joy. It would be fun if all of her competitors were injured by Suyu before the fight for the destiny of the nation. Suyu chuckled. All 3 of you can come at me together. On the one hand, he disliked the princes, but on the other hand, he didn't want to be involved in the conspiracy. If he could intimidate them with absolute force, he believed that the days ahead would be much quieter. The second prince narrowed his eyes and said, "Sixth brother, it is a taboo to be arrogant. As your elder brothers, it is necessary for you to teach them basic manners." Both sides were at daggers drawn, ready to attack at any moment. The gray-robed sovereign watched coldly from the side. He could no longer watch the members of the royal family engage in a chaotic battle in front of everyone. "Everyone stop!" He let out a light grunt. A formless energy dispersed the divine energy that the second prince, third prince, and fourth prince had secretly accumulated, forcing the 3 of them to retreat. As for Suyu, he was intentionally shielded by the sovereign and was not affected. Such unfair treatment caused the expressions of the 3 princes to turn ugly. Was there such special treatment for someone who had comprehended the 8 great laws? The one who attacked was Suyu, not them. The 3 of them were secretly hateful, but they did not dare act rashly in front of the gray-robed sovereign. They unwillingly withdrew the divine techniques that they had secretly prepared, glaring at Suyu with hostility. Fifth prince, as a prince of the Diyu Empire, every word and action is an example to the world. The gray-robed sovereign lectured expressionlessly. Since you initiated the bet, you must bear the consequences regardless of the outcome. You have to sign the promissory note, even if you don't want to. His words clarified his stance. Even if Suyu was unreasonable, he would still stand by Suyu's side. The future achievements of someone who had mastered the law of space were not just for show. If he did not support him, should he support someone else? The fifth prince's face turned as white as a sheet. The gray-robed sovereign had personally spoken. He could not deny this debt. Otherwise, if he were to casually mention this in front of his father, the fifth prince could not imagine what would happen to him. If you are unwilling, I do not mind forcing you to sign it. The gray-robed sovereign's expression turned cold. The fifth prince shuddered, hurriedly saying, "I'll sign it. I'll sign it now." Rustle, rustle. The fifth prince's signature immediately appeared on the promissory note. "Haha, fifth brother, remember, you only have a month's time." The fifth prince clenched his teeth. Now that things had come to this, he could only bite the bullet and gather the money. Otherwise, he would never be able to lift his head again if he became a servant in Dongfang Yu's manner. Putting away the promissory note, Suyu looked at the ashen-faced first prince with a faint smile. Under his gaze, the first prince's body trembled slightly. Without waiting for Suyu to speak, he said, "I was the one who placed the bet. Naturally, I will compensate you according to the hidden odds." Sixth brother bet 30,000 divine stones that he would win. The odds are 5 times the bet. That would be 150,000 divine stones. The first prince's heart was bleeding. 150,000 divine stones was more than half of his assets. His life savings had turned into someone else's. Enduring the pain, he took out a space storage device and stored the bags of divine stones into it. Finally, he passed it to Suyu. Everyone present was filled with envy and jealousy at the sight. In just 20 days, the number of divine stones had increased 5-fold. 150,000 divine stones was an astronomical figure. Many divine warriors of heaven and earth might not even have such a fortune. Haha, Thank you, first brother. Su Yu accepted it without hesitation, his face full of smiles. Haha, sixth brother, you have a share. Princess Rukin's eyes sparkled as she threw herself at Su Yu, hugging his arm affectionately. Let's go back to the manor and slowly divide it. Su Yu nodded with a smile. Today he had been in the limelight and had offended all the princes. It was not appropriate for him to stay for long. Elder, I shall take my leave. Su Yu cupped his fists at the gray-robed sovereign. He nodded at Song Yan's head with a smile. You have just condensed the chain of rules today. When you go back, you must settle down and continue to consolidate it. Many overlords condensed the chain of rules, but due to carelessness, the chains became unstable and started to crumble. Don't follow in their footsteps. I will follow your instructions, Elder. Su Yu bowed gratefully, then left the altar quickly under Princess Rukin's urging. Back at the manor, with a bang, Princess Rukin closed the door. Not long after, a beam of light followed her into the house. Princess Rukin pointed with her delicate hands and set up enchantments around the house. Only then did she look at Su Yu with a complicated expression. After a long while, she said slowly, You have really surprised us, Su Yu. After witnessing the Dao rain with his own eyes, Su Yu's series of performances could be said to be unprecedented. Now, his reputation was probably above that of all the other princes. The possessor of the space rule, one of the 8 great rules, a prince with a limitless future. A deep sense of uneasiness welled up in Emperor Wuhan's heart. Princess Rukin was straightforward. She stared at Su Yu and said, Brother, if you say now that you are not a member of the Dayu Empire's royal family, no one will believe you, right? If you ascend the throne as the emperor, I believe that the people of the world will look to you even more, and no one will question you. Even the gray-robed emperor, who had always been neutral, had extended an olive branch to Su Yu. If he became the emperor, there would be very little resistance. Her question was rather incisive and extremely direct. She suspected that Su Yu would take the throne for real and seize the throne. Su Yu had long known that the two of them would hold a grudge against him. He pointed at himself and said, Do you think that I can deceive the world, but can I deceive the emperor? My identity is an insurmountable obstacle. No matter how outstanding I am, I can never become the emperor of the Dayu Empire. The two women's expressions did not ease much, because during the test, Su Yu's identity was no longer determined by the royal bloodline, but by the special destiny of the country that the royal family was born with. The bloodline could be diluted and disappear, but the destiny of the country that came with it in the womb would not. At this moment, no one would believe that she was not a prince. Even Dongfang Xia might not be able to deny her identity. If Su Yu was really ambitious, coupled with the gray-robed emperor's support, his chances of winning the fight for the throne would not be low. Su Yu had a headache. My heart is not in the empire, but in the martial path, which is even further away. You can rest assured about this. In the fight for the throne, I will keep my promise and help Princess Rukin. If you do not believe me, I will leave the Dayu Empire now, so that you do not have to worry about me. Seeing that the two women were uneasy, Su Yu frowned. Since he had said this, the two women could only believe him. When will the fight for the throne begin? And what kind of fight will it be? You should explain the details to me, right? The other party had kept her promise and helped Su Yu obtain the Dao Rain. He would also do his best to help Princess Rukin. In half a month, Emperor Wuhan's expression was filled with nervousness. So urgent? The Dayu Empire has a treasured land called the Dayu Ruins. It is the root of the empire and the source of the Dayu civilization, Emperor Wuhan said. In the Dayu Ruins, there is a remnant of the nation's fortune. The nation's fortune has fused with the ancient beasts in the ruins' special environment. The only way to obtain the nation's fortune is to kill the ancient beasts. Fighting for the nation's fortune was not so simple. The stronger the ancient beasts, the more the nation's fortune in their bodies, and vice versa. Su Yu muttered, I wonder how strong the ancient beasts are. Emperor Wuhan's eyes flashed. Very strong. Even the emperors cannot guarantee their survival in there, as there are a few terrifying ancient beasts of the double-crowned emperor level. Hearing this, Su Yu's pupils shrank. Double-crowned emperor. Who could kill an ancient beast of that level? Even if the princes and princesses joined forces, they would not be able to harm a single hair on its body. Having interacted with Huang Fulayang, Su Yu knew the difference between a double-crowned emperor and a single-crowned emperor. The difference of one crown was like the difference of a whole realm. Therefore, the amount of the nation's fortune that can be obtained is largely dependent on the number of single-crowned emperor ancient beasts that can be killed. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes were filled with worry. He had experienced the difficulty of killing a martial emperor when he fought with Huan Yu Langjun. It was not easy. Even though he had mastered the space law, he was not completely confident. The demonic sword technique had been stuck at the bottleneck of the sixth stroke, and the power of the royal dragon sword was limited by the dragon blood in Su Yu's body. Chapter 1812. However, if it was just killing one or two, he could still do it. You don't have to worry too much. You won't be the only one vying for the nation's destiny this time. The others will also follow you. Princess Rukin raised her snow-white chin like a little peacock. I've made a lot of preparations for this day. Su, you couldn't help but recall Princess Rukin and Emperor Wuhin's plan to search for the hidden overlord strong men in the imperial city. Now it's time for you to meet each other. Princess Rukin said. She led Su Yu out of the mansion without giving him a chance to speak. They arrived at an inconspicuous manor in the imperial city. Outside the manor was an illusion formation that Emperor Wu Hen had personally set up. Ordinary people would not be able to see through it. After entering, there was indeed a completely different world inside. There were more than 20 cultivation caves, lined up side by side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sensing Princess Rukin's aura, over 20 figures shot out of their cultivation dwellings one after another. They appeared before Princess Rukin and knelt down. Greetings, Princess Rukin. Su Yu's gaze swept over them, and he was slightly surprised to see that they were all peak overlords. Among them was a powerful being of half-step to martial emperor. It was the girl next door who was in the same batch as Su Yu. There were signs of the chains of law fluctuating on their bodies. It seemed like they had been baptized by the Dao Rain. They must have been like Su Yu, exchanging the Dao Rain with Princess Rukin to help him seize the destiny of the nation. Haha, I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the person beside me, right? Everyone looked up, and their expressions changed drastically. Sixth Prince. The Sixth Prince's stunning performance had just ended not long ago. Regardless of whether it was his mastery of the laws of space or his absolute strength that had crushed the Fifth Prince with a single sword strike, they both gave them immense pressure that was unparalleled. It really is the Sixth Prince. I'm actually lucky enough to see the Sixth Prince up close. Strange. Why is the Sixth Prince here? Princess Rukin smiled mysteriously and asked, Are you happy to see the Sixth Prince? The crowd looked at Su Yu with respect. We are honored to be able to meet the Sixth Prince. He very happy, right? Then this princess will tell you something even more delightful. Princess Rukin revealed a playful expression. The Sixth Prince before you will work together with you and lead you to seize the nation's luck for this princess. What? His words roused the spirits of everyone present. The Sixth Prince's strength was obvious to all, and it would undoubtedly be much safer to travel with such an expert. Is this true? Ha ha ha! With the Sixth Prince joining us, our situation won't be any worse. At least, it won't be any worse than the Third Prince and the Fourth Prince. Princess Ru Chen was quite gratified. She had been worried that Su Yu wouldn't be able to integrate with them, but it seemed like she had worried too much. In that case, no one has any objections to the Sixth Prince's leadership? Princess Rukin asked. Everyone was overjoyed. Who would object? I don't agree. An indifferent voice objected from the crowd. Although his voice was not loud, it suppressed the laughter of the crowd and was exceptionally clear. Following the source of the voice, Zhang Xian saw a beautiful young lady dressed in a white dress. She looked like the little girl next door. "Yu Shanshan, why are you not satisfied?" Princess Ru Qin frowned. The person who spoke was none other than the only half-step monarch she had recruited. This woman had killed the demonic child all by herself and completed the test. She was the trump card that she relied on the most besides Su Yu to seize the destiny of the nation. Princess Ru Qin had no choice but to take her opinion seriously. Yu Shanshan looked at Su Yu and said, "The ruins of the Dayu are extremely dangerous. The ability of the leader should be more important than his identity." In other words, Su Yu's ability was too weak to take on the heavy responsibility of leading the team. As a half-step monarch, she had the right to say that. Unfortunately, Princess Ru Qin had seen Su Yu's true ability. Even 10 Yu Shanshans combined would not be a match for Su Yu. "What if it is my command?" Princess Ru Qin frowned. Yu Shanshan calmly said, "I will naturally follow your command, but I will not listen to his." She had insisted on rejecting Su Yu's leadership because she wanted to be the leader herself. Princess Ru Qin could not help but feel helpless. If Yu Shanshan insisted on doing this, she would have no choice but to kick her out of the fight for the destiny of the nation. Rather than keeping an unstable factor, it was better to get rid of her as soon as possible. "Haha, miss you, right?" Su Yu said calmly. "Are you certain that your ability is above mine?" Yu Shanshan met Su Yu's gaze calmly. "Yes, I have no doubt." "Then why don't you give it a try?" Su Yu stared at her with a faint smile. Yu Shanshan did not say a word. 2 strangely shaped crescent blades slid out of her sleeves, one in each hand. "I would also like to experience the 6th Prince's space law." With a smile, the Azura sword appeared in Su Yu's palm. Looking at the icy blade, he let out a light laugh. "I don't need space law to deal with you. Then you won't have the chance to use it." Yu Shanshan disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as she attacked Su Yu's vitals. She was so fast that the onlookers could not lock onto where the real Yu Shanshan was. By the time they saw the afterimages, the crescent blades in the real Yu Shanshan's hands had already pierced Su Yu's chest. Ding! When the crowd heard the clanging sound, they were shocked to see that Su Yu had blocked Yu Shanshan's 2 crescent blades with the Azura sword in hand. Yu Shanshan's expression changed slightly. What quick reflexes! To be precise, it was Su Yu's excellent eyesight that allowed him to clearly see the direction of the blades. But Yu Shanshan's reaction was equally quick. She swept her right leg, and a crescent blade appeared beneath her foot, sweeping toward Su Yu's legs. This sweep would definitely result in his legs being chopped off. Strangely, none of her movements could escape Su Yu's eyes. It was as if he could predict her movements. With a tap of his feet, he leapt into the air. Yu Shanshan was not discouraged. She leapt into the air as well, and another crescent blade appeared beneath her other foot, stabbing toward Su Yu's chest. Su Yu casually pressed down with the Azura sword, forcing Yu Shanshan's body down by 10 feet. Her foot brushed past the tip of Su Yu's nose. "Show me all your other abilities," Su Yu said playfully. Yu Shanshan's expression gradually turned serious. Su Yu's battle experience was unparalleled. Her eyes flashed, and Yu Shanshan let out a low grunt. "Then don't blame me for using my full strength. Swords have no eyes, don't blame me." Crack, crack, crack. A scalp-numbing scene entered the eyes of the crowd. Crescent blades appeared from within Yu Shanshan's body. Her head, face, neck, chest, abdomen, thighs. Her entire body was covered in sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from an obedient girl next door to a ferocious, human-shaped weapon. Death spin! Yu Shanshan let out a light grunt, turning into a whirling gale that swept towards Su Yu in an instant. The air along the way was sliced by the wind, looking as if it was about to be sliced into pieces. The distance between the two seemed far, but it only took the blink of an eye to reach Suyu. No matter how strong one's battle experience was, there was no way to block such a rapid whirl. If he could not avoid it, he would definitely be split apart by the swords and die. It looked like a challenge, but it was filled with murderous intent. The crowd also sensed the danger of this move, crying out in alarm. A strange glow flashed in the depths of Princess Ruken's eyes. At such a critical moment, Suyu was still calm and composed. He held the Azura sword and did not retreat. Instead, he attacked. Heaven-cutting sword. A sword rainbow pierced through the whirlwind. A pathetic groan could be heard from within the whirlwind. As a figure spun in midair and crashed heavily onto the ground, the whirlwind dissipated. Yu Shanshan's body was covered in blood, her eyes filled with shock. "You," she said in shock. The group of peak overlords gasped. Not only had he defeated the fifth prince with a single strike, but Yu Shanshan, who was half a martial artist, had also been defeated with a single strike. His swordsmanship was superb and had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Princess Ruken chuckled. "How is it? My brother's abilities are far above yours." Yu Shanshan looked at Suyu in shock, her expression complicated and dissatisfied. She said unwillingly, "I'm convinced." She stood up with difficulty, shaking off the broken blades on her body. She glared at Suyu with an indistinct hatred. "It's too late to say you're convinced." But unexpectedly, Suyu swept his sword forward once again. It was another heaven-cutting sword. Unlike the previous move, this move was filled with genuine murderous intent. Princess Ruken was shocked. "Brother, stop!" The rest of the people were shocked as well. They had not expected Suyu to suddenly attack after the sparring session, not to mention that they couldn't stop him. Even if they could, who could stop Suyu? Yu Shanshan said in shock, "You want to kill me?" Crack, crack, crack. Her snow-white skin glowed with a strange color. In an instant, she had turned into a humanoid metal statue. Unfortunately, she was still unable to block the irresistible heaven-cutting sword. Crack! The metal surface of her body was easily sliced open, the sword mercilessly slicing into her. Ah! A pathetic, pathetic cry reverberated throughout the courtyard. Everyone who saw it was shocked. How had a sparring session turned into a one-sided massacre? The sixth prince was unforgiving, his attack a little too ruthless. Princess Ruken looked at the scene before her in a daze. She could not believe that the half a martial artist she had painstakingly recruited had been killed by Suyu with a single strike. But the next scene stunned everyone. The sharp sword energy sliced into Yu Shanshan's body, but it was as if it had struck an extremely hard object. Not only did it not penetrate, it was bounced off. "Suyu, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Shanshan's eyes were bloodshot. Layers of black were mixed within, making her look extremely strange. The crowd did not understand. Did Yu Shanshan know the sixth prince? From her tone, it seemed like there was a grudge between them. Suyu smiled casually. "I could not be bothered with you, but you did not know what was good for you and insisted on provoking me. I had no choice but to grant your wish. It's a pity that the Corpse Emperor helped you kill the demonic child and arrange for you to join us, but your arrogance ruined everything." As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Corpse Emperor? The Emperor of the Corpse Clan? Chapter 1813. Corpse Clan! A shriek broke the silence. "Run! The Corpse Clan is here." Corpse Clan. Legend has it that the ancient strongmen who died were resurrected as the Corpse Clan. Legend has it that they cannot be killed, no matter what. Impossible. Legend has it that the Corpse Clan only exists in high-grade civilizations. Our Dayu Empire is only a 3-star civilization. How could the Corpse Clan appear here? Run. It is said that the Corpse Clan is at least at the Emperor level. We're no match for them. To the living creatures of three-star civilizations, the Corpse Clan only existed in ancient books and legends. They were nightmarish existences. In the blink of an eye, they fled in all directions in panic. Even Princess Rookin frowned, her eyes flickering with deep shock. She never expected that the corpse race would actually sneak into her team. Was the Corpse Clan plotting something? Judging from Suyu's tone, even the so-called Corpse Emperor had appeared. The 20 people who were consumed by fear fled in panic, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Amidst the chaos, Yu Shanshan's eyes flickered, and she scuttled into the crowd. With a flash, she launched a sneak attack on Princess Rookin from behind. When she saw the situation spiraling out of control, she had a bad feeling. Just as she was about to stop the crowd, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind. 100 flowers of spring breeze. Princess Rookin's reaction was not slow. Her body dispersed into hundreds of flowers, which scattered in all directions. Yu Shanshan's lips curled up. She reached out with her right hand and touched one of the inconspicuous flowers. Humph! With a soft snort, a figure as small as a speck of dust suddenly flew out from the inconspicuous flowers. The speck of dust was none other than Princess Rookin. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her whole body was bright red. It seemed that she had been injured by a great force. "Thank you for protecting me along the way." Yu Shanshan laughed coldly. She flew over and grabbed Princess Rookin's shoulder. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. When Suyu caught up, Princess Rookin was already in her hands. The sharp blades all over Yu Shanshan's body rotated uniformly, sticking closely to Princess Rookin's skin. She could slice Princess Rookin into countless pieces with a single movement. Suyu flew over with his sword, landing a few thousand feet away from them. He frowned slightly. Taking hostages? It was indeed a little tricky. Of course, he could charge over directly, not caring about Princess Rookin's safety. After all, he had the special ability to revive the dead. However, it was better not to expose this ability in front of everyone. "Su, if you dare to follow me, kill her immediately." Yu Shanshan stared at Suyu with hatred and slowly retreated. Seeing that Suyu did not continue to press him, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He stared at Suyu and said coldly, "You have ruined the Corpse Emperor's plan. Just you wait. The Corpse Emperor will not let you off. No one in the whole Diu Empire can save you." As he spoke, he seized Princess Rookin and teleported away. Suyu locked onto their auras and chased after them unhurriedly while pondering over her words. No one in the entire Diu Empire could save him, including Dongfang Xia. Yu Shanshan's words of absolute certainty were not groundless. Speaking of which, Yu Shanshan had seized Princess Rookin and fled. After half a day, they had successfully escaped the imperial city and arrived in the wilderness. In a desolate forest, there was a well-hidden teleportation array. The formation looked like it had just been set up. Landing on the formation, Yu Shanshan immediately activated it. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. This formation had been set up in consideration of their escape route if they were to be exposed. She had not expected to use it so soon. Princess Rookin had an uneasy expression. She said carefully, "You are safe now. Can you let me go?" Yu Shanshan's expression was cold, her lips revealing a savage expression. "Your Highness, when have you ever heard of the people of the Corpse Clan being benevolent?" Princess Rookin's face turned pale. Before she could react, Yu Shanshan's sharp blades pierced into her body, ending Princess Rookin's life. Yu Shanshan's lips curled into a deep hatred. "If you die, Suyu will have some trouble." Ding! Unexpectedly, when her sharp blades pierced Princess Rookin's body, the technique was blocked by something. She subconsciously thought that it was Princess Rookin's protective robe, but when she looked down, she was stunned. At some point in time, Princess Rookin's snow-white skin had turned pink. The sharp blades pierced the pink skin, but were unable to penetrate it. At the same time, an ice-cold aura suddenly erupted from Princess Rukin's body. Princess Rukin turned her head. Her innocent face no longer had the usual muddle-headedness. Instead, it was filled with deep coldness. A pink flower petal blossomed between her brows, making her look even more bewitching. "Who are you?" Yu Shanshan's expression changed greatly. She could clearly feel that Princess Rukin had changed into a different person. Princess Rukin chuckled, but her laughter was strangely ominous. "You forced me out, yet you still ask me who I am. Of course, I am the person who will bestow death upon you." After she spoke, a large expanse of pink flames gushed out of her body, engulfing Yu Shanshan within. Ah, this is the boundless karmic flame that can restrain the Corpse Clan. After a short period of miserable shrieks, there was a deep silence. Only a mass of pink flames was left on the ground, burning the last of the remains into nothingness. "Humph! You overestimate yourself." Princess Rukin snorted coldly. She looked at the horizon, then waved her sleeves and swept away all the ashes on the ground. Following that, the coldness on her face disappeared, and her deep eyes regained their lost and muddle-headedness. Swish! Su Yu immediately descended and heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered that Princess Rukin was safe and sound. "Where is she?" Su Yu surveyed the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon the transportation spell on the ground. He furrowed his brows slightly. "Did you prepare for this?" Princess Rukin patted her chest with lingering fear. "It was so scary. I thought I was dead for sure." Su Yu said carelessly, "It doesn't matter even if you died." Since there was no one here, reviving Princess Rukin would not attract any attention. "Ah, what did you say?" Princess Rukin widened her big, round eyes angrily. Su Yu's expression became awkward, and he hurriedly corrected himself. "Oh, I mean, it's fine as long as you are safe." "Humph! I'm not deaf." Princess Rukin snorted, then said angrily, "This time it's all your fault. You failed to kill the corpse, and I almost died because of you." All right, it's my fault. Let's return to the mansion first. The transportation spell might be guarded by the Corpse Clan. Su Yu glanced at the surroundings vigilantly. Princess Rukin felt a lingering fear, so she obediently followed Su Yu and left the place. She did not notice that Su Yu had secretly glanced at the spell on the ground before he left. A hint of suspicion flickered in the depths of his eyes. To the Corpse Clan that he had come into contact with, it was difficult to believe that the Corpse Clan would keep their promise and release her. It was more likely that they would kill Princess Rukin and turn her into one of their own. Yet, they had actually released her. This was really unexpected. Moreover, although the transportation spell seemed to have just been used, so you could feel that there were no spatial fluctuations nearby, which meant that the transportation spell had not been successfully activated. If that was the case, what about Yu Shanshan? Why would Princess Rukin lie? Su Yu glanced at her seemingly innocent face out of the corner of his eye, and a hint of surprise quietly disappeared. When they returned to the mansion, Princess Rukin angrily placed her hands on her waist, and her eyes were wide open as she reprimanded the 20-odd peak overlords, who were standing in a row and lowering their heads in shame. "Cowards! A bunch of cowards! You were so scared when you saw the Corpse Clan. You almost killed me because of you." She wore an exasperated look on her face. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, all of them embarrassed. If not for the wise and courageous sixth brother, you wouldn't have met the adorable princess. Princess Rukin praised them repeatedly, making them not know whether to laugh or cry. "In any case, your performance this time around has really disappointed me. We know our mistakes. Please be magnanimous, princess." The crowd pleaded. Only then did Princess Rukin feel slightly better. She snorted and said, "Then I will give you a chance to atone for your mistakes." In the ruins of the Great Yu, remember to fight for me. I will now give you the tools to store the nation's fortune. If you can't bring back the nation's fortune that satisfies me, you will suffer." After a series of threats, she gave each of them a bag that had a strange formation imprinted on it. After killing the ancient beast in the ruins, the nation's fortune in the ancient beast's body would leave its body when the ancient beast's life force disappeared. That would be the only chance to collect the nation's fortune. This special bag was specially made by the royal family, and it was the only tool that could absorb the nation's fortune. Back at the mansion, Su Yu studied the ruins of the Great Yu as he trained. The ruins of the Great Yu had a very long history. It could even be traced back to the beginning of the Great Yu Empire hundreds of millions of years ago. Apart from ancient beasts, there were also many rare and exotic objects in the outside world. The most famous was the dragon's beard. It was an essential ingredient for some high-level elixirs, and it was also the favorite of some ancient beasts with the bloodline of the real dragon. This item had never appeared in the outside world, and it was only born in the ruins of the Great Yu. Many advisors were willing to serve the princes, not only because of the Dao reign, but also because of the dragon's beard. If they were to be sold in the outside world, they could fetch at least 1,000 divine stones each. If more than 10 of them were found, it would be a huge harvest of 10,000 divine stones. All the princes had tacitly agreed to let them harvest the dragon's beard. As long as they obtained the nation's fortune, the dragon's beard would belong to them. Su Yu did not particularly care about the value of the dragon's beard. Now that he had more than 200,000 divine stones on hand, he was not lacking in divine stones. What he wanted was another use of the dragon's beard. It was the favorite of ancient beasts with the bloodline of the real dragon. The bloodline of the real dragon. The current royal dragon sword was limited by the thinness of the bloodline of the real dragon, and the power it could exert was very limited. If he could obtain some of the blood of the real dragon and further unleash the power of the sword, he believed that his journey in the ruins of the Great Yu would be smoother. After understanding all this, Su Yu had some preliminary plans and goals. In the following days, he would mainly focus on improving his abilities. With a thought, Su Yu pinched 2 of his fingers together. With a crackling sound, a crescent-shaped, thumb-long space blade appeared between his fingers. While comprehending the Dao reign, he had a deeper understanding of the power of space. Chapter 1814. The Blade of Space was one of the latest uses that he had comprehended. He had kept it hidden all this time to be his trump card in the ruins of the Great Yu. If I can use it properly, the Blade of Space will be a powerful weapon, he thought to himself. Then he took out the heavenly bow and the heavenly arrow. If this bow could catch the eye of Shao Dai, its power must be extraordinary. If there's a chance, I must try it out at the ruins of the Great Yu. As Su Yu pondered this, he calmed himself down and started to train patiently. Time passed in a flash. A few days later, Su Yu had familiarized himself with the Blade of Space. Only then did he leave the training room. There were less than 3 days left. There was no point in continuing to train. With a thought, he went to the princess's mansion next door. Before he stepped into the mansion, he heard Princess Rukin throwing a tantrum. Damn it, you've gone too far. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Emperor Wu Hin, who was beside her, comforted her patiently. We'll try our best. There's still a chance to turn things around. How can we try? The gap is much wider than I imagined. I thought that I had secretly recruited many capable aides in the past few years. Who would have thought? Su Yu had not intended to interrupt their conversation. Now that he knew it was related to the ruins of the Great Yu, he could not stay out of it. It seems like I've come at the wrong time. He stepped into the mansion. Emperor Wu Hin's eyes flashed. He stared at Su Yu with a hint of surprise. He did not know why, but he felt a hint of danger from Su Yu. You've come at the right time. Emperor Wu Hin sighed helplessly. I'm afraid I have to tell you some news in advance. Is it bad news? Su Yu sighed. Go ahead. When he finished listening, his expression changed. As they neared the ruins of the Great Yew, the 5 princes' resources were gradually revealed. Princess Rukin had sent people to inquire, but the results were unusually depressing. Even Su Yu had a complicated expression. It was only now that he understood how disadvantageous Princess Rukin's situation was. There were at least 50 advisors around the princes. Among them, there were at least 2 or 3 half-step emperors, and at most a dozen. The most powerful was the first prince. He had 100 advisors, 14 of whom were half-step emperors. The rest were all peak overlords. Even the 5th prince had 2 half-step martial emperors and 50 to 60 peak overlords. On the other hand, Princess Rukin did not have a single half-step martial artist, and there were only 20 or so peak stage overlords. With such a huge disparity, how could there be any chance of victory? Even if they had Su Yu, who was a great pillar of support, the disparity in numbers was not something that could be easily overcome. Princess Ru Chen gritted her teeth in jealousy. Those damned conferred kings. They give the most outstanding talents in their territories to the princes they support. That's why they have so many advisors. Damn it. Why aren't there any conferred kings supporting me? Although the fight for the crown prince of the Diyu Empire had nothing to do with politics. But in reality, the power of the supporters would be revealed in the process of fighting. Before the fight for the position of heir apparent had even begun, Princess Rukin was already doomed to defeat. And this was because she had secretly recruited quite a few experts in advance. Otherwise, Empress Wu Hen could only smile bitterly. They had expected that regal kingship would support the prince in the form of a talent. But the power was greater than he had expected. After all, one is the monarch of a 2-star civilization, and the other is the monarch of a 3-star civilization. Su Yu revealed the reason. Empress Wu Hen was stunned. Only then did she understand the reason. After becoming a 3-star civilization, the Diyu Empire would enter a period of rapid development, and its power would be unprecedentedly great. If it was the monarch of a 2-star civilization, it might not be too important. The support that the various conferred kings could provide to the prince they supported was limited. But the monarch of a 3-star civilization was so important that it could bring his supporters benefits far beyond what they had in the past. Whether they could catch up with the explosive development of the Diyu Empire depended entirely on whether the prince they supported could become the emperor of the empire in the future. That was why the conferred kings would support them crazily at all costs. It also caused the 2 of them to be caught off guard. Princess Rukin's eyes were brimming with tears. How are we going to compete? There's no hope at all. Empress Wu Hen sighed. They had planned for a long time, and in order to get Su Yu's help, they had even taken the risk and asked him to disguise himself as the 6th prince. However, his efforts were about to go down the drain, and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Su Yu began to ponder. Princess Rukin giving up the fight for the throne was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After entering the ruins, he would not have to fight for the destiny of the nation. His eyes flickered. After a long while, he looked at the 2 of them and said, "If the 2 of you need support, I can think of some ways to get some help." Huh. Princess Rukin's eyes widened. She said in disbelief, "You? What help?" Empress Wu Hen was also shocked. He could not understand where Su Yu would get help from. Others might not know, but they knew very well that Su Yu had no foundation in the Diyu Empire. "I can't tell you for now. I need to talk to him in person to know," Su Yu said. Although the 2 of them were suspicious, they still had the mentality of making every possible effort. "Thank you, Mr. Su. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I am not helping you for free." Su Yu waved his hand, his expression slightly downcast. Princess Rukin blinked. "What is it?" Su Yu stared at her. "If you become the crown prince and become the future successor of the emperor, I believe the entire empire will turn to you, right?" Princess Ru Chen nodded without hesitation. "Of course it is. If I help you get support this time and help you become the crown prince, I hope that you can mobilize all the forces in the Du Empire to help me find the whereabouts of two people. He took out the portraits of Xia Jingyu and Shangge. Looking at the familiar picture, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. In the sea of constellations, I was separated from two friends. Their whereabouts are unknown, and I don't know where they are now. I hope that you can mobilize your forces to find them in the Du Empire and the surrounding civilizations. Is it just to find people? Princess Rukin agreed without hesitation. It's not a difficult task. I agree. She took the two portraits, her eyes immediately fixed on Xia Jingyu. She did not even blink. Then she opened her mouth wide. I can't believe there is such a beautiful woman in this world. I'm really jealous. Empress Wu Hen looked over and was also shocked. She's too beautiful. She doesn't seem like a living thing. Su, you pass the portraits to Princess Rukin. I'll leave it to you, Princess. I'll go find someone to talk to. Wait, do you know the requirements for the people who enter the ruins of the Du Empire? You can't enter just because your cultivation is high, Empress Wu Hen said. Su Yu said, although you didn't say it, I can guess. First, the people who enter cannot have a cultivation higher than the Emperor. Second, they must be geniuses within the age of 30. Empress Wu Hen nodded. You're half right. There's a third condition. The people of the royal family can ignore the first condition. Hearing that, Su Yu's pupils shrank. This meant that the first prince, the emperor, would not be subject to these restrictions. Su Yu nodded his head and left. Princess Rukin looked at his back, her face filled with surprise. And, apart from the 10 great conferred kings, who else can provide support to us? Empress Wu Hen frowned. The power of the Du Empire lies in the royal family, the 10 great feudal lands, and the experts scattered among the people. It would be useless for Su Yu to go to the royal family and the feudal lands. As for the people, there are only a few emperors, but the chances are slim. I've already visited them, but they rejected me tactfully. I believe they already have someone they like to support. Emperors? They can't participate in the ruins of the Du Empire. So what's the point of asking them? Princess Rukin scratched her head foolishly. Empress Wu Hen said solemnly, don't underestimate them. For them to be able to establish themselves in the Du Empire, they must have deep connections and connections. The number of people they know is beyond our imagination. If they are willing to help us with all they have, gathering a group of young geniuses below the emperor level might not be a difficult task. Princess Rukin understood and said, Aunt, you went to visit those emperors personally, but they rejected you. Does Su Yu have the confidence to convince one of them? Sigh, that's what I can't figure out. Most of them already have someone they like to support. Even if they don't, I'm sure a few of the princes have sent people to persuade them. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Su Yu to convince the emperors. Princess Rukin's small face darkened, and she became a little listless. After Su Yu left the mansion, he disguised himself and left the palace, arriving at the Ichi Weapon Alliance. As the most prosperous holy land of craftsmanship in the Du Empire, it was still bustling with people and carriages. I want to see the emperor of the Ichi, Su Yu said to the shopkeeper on duty as he came to the counter. The shopkeeper raised his head, his eyelids drooping. He said calmly, everyone wants to see the emperor of the Ichi, but not everyone can. Su Yu laughed, his attitude exactly the same as the last time he came. Slap. He slapped a leaf-shaped true Emperor Divine weapon on the counter and said, Then, I believe the Emperor of the Ichi must have told you to report to him immediately if a customer comes here who is blinded by a single leaf. The shopkeeper was shocked by the sudden noise, but then he realized something. You mean blinded by a single leaf? When his gaze fell on the leaf-shaped magical artifact on the table that was emitting a shocking spiritual pressure, he became respectful and changed his undisciplined attitude. He hurriedly went around the counter and said enthusiastically, So it's you, esteemed customer. I had eyes but failed to recognize you. Don't say anything unnecessary. Report to the Emperor of the I Chih immediately. Yes, 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 please wait a moment. The shopkeeper invited Su Yu into the VIP room and ordered people to serve him good tea. He then secretly contacted the Emperor of the I Chih, who rarely showed his face. Before long, the shopkeeper hurried back in a hurry, looking a little embarrassed. Esteemed customer, please wait a little longer. The Emperor is meeting with an important guest, so he asked you to wait a moment. Oh, the guest is more important than the golden flames forbidden wood? What guest? Su Yu frowned. The shopkeeper was a little hesitant, but when he thought of how much the Emperor valued Su Yu, he dared not offend him. So he lowered his voice and said, "It's the eldest among the princes." Chapter 1815. What was he doing here? Did he have the same goal? If that was the case, he had to negotiate with him immediately. As he pondered, he took out the royal seal. The words Dongfang Yu were on it. The shopkeeper's pupils shrank. He stared at Su Yu in surprise and shock. Please tell the Emperor that if he has reached an agreement with the first prince, there is no need to talk to me. I will only wait for 10 minutes, Su Yu said calmly. The shopkeeper did not dare hesitate, hurriedly running to report to the Emperor of I Chih. In the central area of the I Chih Weapon Alliance, there was a red stone room that looked like flowing lava. It was protected by layers of seals. Even if several emperors came, they would not be able to break in. In the stone room, the first prince, the fifth prince, and North Wang were all there. Sitting opposite them was a frail old man. His eyes were gray and he was blind. Let me think about the conditions of the two princes for a day or two, the Emperor of I Chih said calmly. The first prince was silent, while the fifth prince frowned. The Emperor of I Chih, do you think that there is someone else who can be the crown prince besides the first prince? The Dayu Empire is currently in an era of great change, an era of unprecedented eruption. Wasn't the reason why the Weapon Alliance was able to gain a foothold in the Dayu Empire because the Alliance Master chose the right side and followed my imperial father? Your opponents lost because they chose the wrong side, and they have since disappeared from the Dayu Empire. You should know very well how to choose, right? The Emperor of I Chih laughed hoarsely. His lifeless eyes flashed. The first prince's influence has swept the world. I believe that the possibility of him becoming the crown prince is much higher than the other princes. So, my support is no longer important. Why do the two princes have to keep an eye on me? The fifth prince's anger flashed. If it was not necessary, he and the first prince would not have visited the Emperor of I Chih repeatedly. This Emperor of One Chih was quite different from the other emperors of the other imperial cities. The I Chih Weapon Alliance had been established for tens of millions of years, and it had interacted with all the forces in the imperial city. The Emperor of I Chih in front of him maintained a good relationship with many of the forces in the imperial city. On top of that, he was adept at building connections, so many forces owed him a huge favor. As long as he was willing to repay the favor he owed him in the past, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a peak overlord expert from the younger generation. This was an important figure who was comparable to the 3 conferred kings in terms of power. Unfortunately, they were repeatedly rejected by the sovereign of Qi. Until today, when the ruins of Yu the Great were about to open, he still had an ambiguous attitude. The great prince's eyes shone brightly as he said, "Rare goods are worth hoarding." The emperor understands this deeply. The sovereign of One Qi chuckled lightly and waited for the eldest prince to continue. The emperor refused several times because he wanted to seek better conditions, right? The eldest prince said slowly. The fifth prince frowned and said, "Our conditions are already good enough. The 3 conferred kings, added together, can't even compare to you. What more do you want? The power to turn the world around cannot be calculated with 1 + 1. The first prince waved his hand, interrupting the first prince. He stared at the first Qi sovereign and said, "Tell me what you want." Only then did the sovereign of One Qi reveal a smile. "The eldest prince has finally thought it through. What I want is the power to rule the outer regions." The fifth prince was stunned. feeling confused and confused. The eldest prince's expression darkened, revealing a look of deep thought. The Dayu Empire, a 2-star civilization, only has restrictions on its own civilization. However, 3-star civilizations are different. With the approval of the Ecliptic Palace, the tens of millions of civilizations in the vicinity will be brought under the control of the Dayu Empire. From then on, they will be under the jurisdiction of the Dayu Empire. I hope that one day, after the eldest prince ascends to the throne, you will allow us, the Weapon Alliance, to set up businesses in other civilizations. Understanding his intentions, the 5th prince sucked in a breath of cold air. What a big appetite! Doesn't that mean that all the other businesses in the 3-star civilization circle will be uprooted? Is there only your Weapon Alliance? This condition was too great. Not only did it involve the entire artifact forging industry, but it also involved some political issues. If the entire industry was monopolized by the Weapon Alliance, it could be imagined that it would break free from the control of the imperial family and gain unparalleled wealth. How dangerous would it be to have an organization that could rival a country's wealth and could not be controlled? How could they allow others to sleep on their side beds? If the Weapon Alliance had any intentions of rebelling in the future, they would definitely be a great threat to the Empire. The 5th prince understood, and his gaze toward the Emperor became even more unfriendly. This person had wild ambitions. If the eldest prince agreed, it would be equivalent to betraying the Empire's interests. The Emperor sipped his tea at a moderate pace, showing no signs of rushing him. Instead, he looked as if he had the eldest prince in his grasp. Eldest brother, don't bother with this old man. In addition to the experts I've found, you will have over 150 people at your disposal to seize the nation's fortune. Moreover, you are an emperor and are undefeatable. Even if this old man defers to other princes, it's not a big deal. The eldest prince closed his eyes and pondered. After a long while, he exhaled and said slowly, "5th brother is right, but this concerns the throne. There can be no mistakes. I agree to this condition." The 5th prince's face was exceptionally pale, but he did not refute. The north-gazing Pearl looked at the eldest prince's expression from beginning to end, not saying a word. "Haha, I knew that the eldest prince is a smart person and knows how to choose," the Emperor of Ichi said with a faint smile. He took out a special contract and pushed it toward the eldest prince. "This is a soul contract. Both parties sign it with their souls. If you go against it, your soul will be injured. I don't need to explain the consequences." He was the first to sign his name on it with his soul. The eldest prince hesitated for a moment, and his soul left his body, preparing to sign it. At this moment, the jade pendant at his waist suddenly trembled, and a series of urgent messages jumped out. After a brief look, the Emperor of Ichi's expression changed abruptly, becoming anxious and doubtful. He suddenly pulled back the contract, causing the eldest prince's signature to fail. He frowned. "What do you mean?" The Emperor of Ichi's expression darkened, and he said, "An esteemed guest has come, and his goal is the same as yours. I don't want to offend any of you, so I need you two to discuss it clearly." The 5th prince raised his brows and snorted coldly. "Same goal? Then I'm still a prince? Humph, with my eldest brother here. What right do they have to be on equal footing?" The Emperor of Ichi did not answer, but sent a message to the jade pendant. Before long, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from outside the stone door. The 5th prince laughed coldly. "I want to see which prince it is." Creak! The stone door was pushed open, and a silver-haired, fairy-like handsome, yellow-robed youth walked in with his hands clasped behind his back. The expressions of the 3 people in the room changed. The north-gazing Pearl's eyes were filled with shame and anger, and the eldest prince was slightly surprised. As for the 5th prince, his face was filled with hatred. "Brothers, Miss North-gazing, what a coincidence." Su Yu smiled indifferently and sat down without any reservations. He looked at the Emperor of Ichi himself. I am indebted to the Emperor for thinking so highly of me and for being willing to meet me. The Emperor of Ichi smiled like an old man and said to the shopkeeper, "Bring me the phoenix feather spiritual tea." The expressions of the eldest prince and the fifth prince changed instantly. The phoenix feather spiritual tea was a divine tea unique to the alliance of Ichi. It could only grow if it was watered with molten liquid from various precious materials. Even the royal family could not afford to pay such a high price. Only the alliance of Ichi, which forged divine weapons all year round and had a large amount of molten liquid, could grow such a magical tea. But even so, the alliance of Ichi could only obtain 2 ounces of phoenix feather spiritual tea every year. The Emperor of Ichi had always kept it for himself to drink. The only exception was when Emperor Dongfangxia had personally come to fetch it. The eldest prince and the fifth prince had been there several times, but they had never received such treatment. But who knew that when Suyu came, the Emperor would give him such a high standard of treatment, which really surprised them. Suyu chuckled. "Emperor, you are too kind. Compared to the item you brought, what is a mere phoenix feather spiritual tea?" The Emperor of Ichi said amiably. As he spoke, a pure aura of the golden flames forbidden would leak out. There was a newly refined, personal, magic treasure hanging around his neck. It must have been refined from the golden flames, forbidden wood. Their conversation shocked the few people once again. The sixth prince actually had such a relationship with the Emperor of Ichi? The fifth prince's eyes narrowed, and he said in a low voice, "Sixth prince, could it be that you also want to fight for the destiny of the nation? With me around, I advise you to give up on that idea." If the fifth prince had not spoken, Suyu would not have bothered with him. He glanced sideways at the fifth prince and said calmly, "Fifth brother, there is less than half a month left. Have you managed to gather the 50,000 divine stones? If I were you, I would waste my time here. I might as well think of a way to gather the divine stones. Otherwise, it would not be good if you really came to my mansion as a servant." The fifth prince choked, clenching his fists tightly. He could not vent his grief and indignation. He could not gather the 50,000 divine stones. His eldest brother had also lost more than half of his wealth because of that gamble. The rest of his wealth was mostly fixed assets. It would take a month to sell them all off if they were exchanged for divine stones. He had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. The first prince's face was as gloomy as water. He did not say a word and quietly observed the situation. Suyu looked at the two of them, then looked at the north-gazing Pearl and shot her a smile. The north-gazing Pearl gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. The first prince saw this, and his face became even more gloomy. It was quiet. Suyu said to the Emperor of Ichi calmly, "So, how far have you discussed?" The Emperor of Ichi pushed the contract over and said with a hoarse laugh, "I am just a businessman. I have no intention of getting involved in the fight for the throne. I only care about who can offer a higher price." Suyu's heart trembled slightly as he looked at the contract. What great ambition! Moreover, the first prince was willing to agree. For the throne, he was willing to pay any price, even if it meant sacrificing the fundamental interests of the Diyu Empire. After looking, Suyu pushed the contract back. The Emperor of Ichi looked at him with a smile and said calmly, "If you can add the price I want on top of this, I might be able to help you seize the throne." The first prince and the fifth prince frowned. What an insatiably greedy old man. It looked like they had to further cut off the interests of the empire in order to feed this old man. "I am sorry, but I am not interested in such a humiliating thing. I will never agree to it." The Emperor of Ichi's smile froze and he froze. After a pause, the Emperor of Ichi said, "Sixth Prince, it seems like you have not figured out the current situation." He flicked his finger on the table, and it landed on the contract. Chapter 1816. Haha, I will also reiterate that I will not agree to the terms of this contract." The Emperor of Ichi's smile faded little by little, and he regained his indifference. "Perhaps I once owed you a favor, but it was only enough for me to help you refine a weapon once. If there is nothing else, Sixth Prince, please go back." His expression was filled with displeasure. Su Yu's expression remained unchanged. "Of course, I will not agree to that contract, but I will let you get what you want even more." Crash! The entire room was instantly covered in a dazzling golden light, and the golden light was oppressive. A 10-feet-long divine bamboo, surrounded by golden flames, appeared in the stone room. Both the first prince and the fifth prince were stunned. They did not recognize what it was. However, the eyes of the blind Emperor of Ichi seemed to have recovered, bursting with a bright light. Golden flames, forbidden wood. How come it is so big? Compared to the length of his arm last time, this one was more than 1,000 times longer. Wrong, it should be a 10,000-year-old golden flames, forbidden wood. Su Yu's tone was calm. There may still be remnants of golden flames, forbidden wood, but I believe only I have more than 10,000-year-old ones. You should understand why. He glanced at the personal treasure on the Emperor's chest and smiled lightly. The Emperor of Ichi was tempted. Indeed, the real golden flames forbidden wood had a limited lifespan, and it would often wither in less than 1,000 years. A 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood was rare, and the treasures refined from it were several times more effective than ordinary golden flames forbidden wood. Looking at so many pieces of golden flames forbidden wood, his eyes were full of passion. Only a master craftsman knew the value of this 10-feet-long golden flames forbidden wood. It was a priceless treasure. Any piece of treasure refined from it was priceless. The 10-feet-long golden flames forbidden wood was enough to refine hundreds of small treasures and reap unimaginable wealth. But after calming down, the light in the Emperor of Ichi's eyes gradually faded, and he sighed reluctantly. "I have to admit that the sixth prince has brought me a rare surprise, but unfortunately, compared with the benefits of this contract, it is insignificant. By controlling all the facial equipment industries in the 3-star civilization region, the huge profits they brought could not be calculated with numbers." Su Yu had a calm look on his face as he said indifferently, "Since I've come prepared, I naturally won't shoot without thinking. This piece of golden flames forbidden wood is just a sample. I still have 10,000 pieces of such golden flames forbidden wood in my hands." "Pa!" The Emperor of Qi was shocked. His old body suddenly stood up like a cheetah and knocked over the table in front of him. The precious phoenix feather spirit tea flowed all over the ground, emitting an astonishing divine aura. 10,000. The monarch of unity of Qi's lips trembled, and he couldn't believe his ears. Su Yu smiled and shook the Buddha bead bracelet in his hand. One of the Buddha beads lit up. "Emperor, you can explore it with your soul." With deep expectations, he sent a wisp of his soul to explore the space of the Buddha bead. What he saw was a complete 10,000-year-old golden flames forbidden wood that hadn't been cut yet. It was 100,000 feet long. Then the space of the Buddha bead closed, and a pair of deep and calm eyes stared at him quietly. "How is it?" The monarch of unity of Qi was extremely excited. Even the crafting industry of a 3-star civilization might not be able to obtain something of the same value as such a rare divine item. His heart wavered. Seeing this, the first prince had a bad feeling and said, "Emperor, we can discuss the terms again." The monarch of unity of Qi had the idea of raising the price again. He looked at Su Yu awkwardly and said, "You see," Su Yu sneered in his heart. He wouldn't indulge the bad habit of the monarch of unity of Qi. He folded his hands behind his head and leaned back. "This is all I have. However," the corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smile. "Emperor, please consider the risks of both sides. My golden flames forbidden wood is right in front of you, and their promise, haha, is just a promise. Emperor, you have lived for countless years, so you should understand that no matter how binding contract is, there is a limit, right? The royal family is full of talents. Are you sure that a mere soul contract can force the first prince to bow his head and fulfill his promise? How could the monarch of unity of Qi not know? There were countless rules of the heavenly law, and there were rules that specifically restrained contracts. Even if there were none, if the first prince became the monarch and ordered people to assassinate, kill, or rob the contract, what could the monarch of unity of Qi do? Even if the first prince succeeded in becoming the monarch and really risked universal condemnation to fulfill his promise, are you sure that those civilizations are safe enough? It is no secret that the Corpse Clan has risen and wreaked havoc on the surrounding civilizations. With the power of those civilizations, they may not be able to resist the aggressive Corpse Clan. Suyu sat up and stared straight into the monarch's eyes. Would you rather take such a huge risk than the great harvest that is right in front of you? The monarch of unity of Qi's old body swayed. Indeed, the latter's conditions were tempting, but there were too many unforeseen circumstances, especially the last one, the Corpse Clan. He had heard that the Corpse Clan had gradually appeared in the peripheral civilizations, and some of them had even been occupied by the Corpse Clan. The threat of the Corpse Clan was getting more and more intense, and no one could predict when the civilizations outside the empire of Dayu would be occupied. He was completely moved by Su Yu's words. Of course, the premise was that Su Yu could take out something that was not inferior to the benefits of the contract, such as the huge golden flames forbidden wood. The first prince had a bad premonition, and he hurriedly said, "Emperor, please do not listen to the sixth prince's side of the story. I can guarantee it with my reputation." The monarch of unity of Qi had already made up his mind. He said, "Haha, I am indebted to the first prince and the fifth prince for their trust in me. I have visited you many times, but I am afraid that I am unable to shoulder the heavy responsibility entrusted to me by the two princes. Please leave. Send the guests out." He was no longer polite. The stone door opened, and the shopkeeper was waiting outside. The first prince's face was gloomy, and he stared coldly at Suyu. The fifth prince was also gnashing his teeth in hatred. Was Suyu born to oppose them? They were about to succeed, but he had to interfere. Monarch of unity of Qi, I will remember your choice, and I hope you will not regret it in the future. The first prince had said all the nice things he wanted to say. At this moment, there was no room for negotiation, and he threatened the monarch of unity of Qi. The monarch of unity of Qi laughed and said, "Farewell, prince." Humph! The first prince and the other two left dejectedly. One could imagine the anger in their hearts. When the stone door was closed again, Suyu waved his hand again, and hundreds of 100 feet long golden flames forbidden would appeared. He said, "These are the down payment. When you have gathered enough people, you will give me another half. If you help my sister seize the throne, I will give you another half." "Haha, of course, of course. Wait, sister, are you recruiting people for Princess Rukin?" The monarch of unity of Qi was stunned. Nodding slightly, Suyu did not deny it. The monarch of unity of Qi could not understand Suyu's thoughts. He said in surprise, "For Princess Rukin, you are willing to sacrifice such a huge price? To tell you the truth, with the sixth prince's current reputation, and with my help, you are more than capable of becoming the monarch. Why do you want to work for someone else?" Suyu smiled indifferently. "There is nothing else. It is just a promise. He still felt that it was inconceivable, but if Suyu insisted, he did not mind. No matter who became the emperor, it had nothing to do with him. "In 2 days, I will bring people to the sixth prince's residence." "All right." Suyu left, not specifically instructing the monarch of unity of Qi to give it his all. Now that he had chosen to oppose the first prince, how could he not give it his all? Otherwise, the day the first prince ascended to the throne would be the day the alliance of unity of Qi was destroyed. After a busy day, Suyu returned to the sixth prince's residence. Princess Rukin and Emperor Wuhan were waiting eagerly. Seeing that Suyu had returned empty-handed, they had a bad feeling. They were a little disappointed, but their emotions did not fluctuate too much because they had not harbored much hope in the first place. "How is it?" Out of politeness, Emperor Wuhan stepped forward to greet him and asked with concern. Shaking his head, Suyu said, "We will see the results in 2 days." It was still unknown how many people the monarch of Unity of Qi could gather. Before he was confident, he would not be too sure. "Is that so?" It's all right. Emperor Wuhan laughed bitterly in his heart. How could it be all right? The relic of Diyu the Great would open in 3 days. What could they do with such a small number of people? Princess Rukin had also lost her usual liveliness. Seeing that Suyu had arrived, she forced herself to perk up. "It's all right, you have done your best. The fight for the nation's destiny has not reached the final moment, and no one can say what the outcome will be." "It is good that you have such a mentality," Suyu praised. "You should adjust your mentality. I will return to the residence first." Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave the princess's residence, a guard on duty reported, "Your Highness, the second prince has come to visit." What is he doing here? Princess Rukin was a little surprised. It was the eve of the fight for the nation's destiny, and the second prince, who usually did not visit, had suddenly come to visit. "Invite him in." Suyu stopped in his tracks. Fortunately, he did not leave. Thud, thud. The sound of the second prince's unhurried footsteps could be heard approaching from afar. From afar, he laughed warmly. "How have you been, sister? I heard that you were summoned by the gray-robed emperor alone. I am very envious of you." As he spoke, he suddenly realized that Suyu was present. His expression sank and he snorted. Ignoring Suyu, he walked up to Princess Rukin. Princess Rukin invited him to sit. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she said impatiently, "Brother, you do not visit me for no reason. If you have something to say, just say it." Sensing that Princess Rukin was not in a good mood, he did not beat around the bush. "Haha, I have come today to give sister a great opportunity." Princess Rukin raised her brows and asked curiously, "Tell me about it." "Haha, a straightforward person does not beat around the bush. Brother, you have learned that sister has secretly recruited more than 20 people to help you seize the nation's destiny. Is that true?" Princess Rukin's expression changed slightly, but she was not too surprised. At this point, everyone's trump cards had been exposed. If they were to investigate it seriously, it would not be a secret. "Yes. Does this have anything to do with the great opportunity that second brother spoke of?" "Haha, of course it has something to do with it." The second prince was beaming. "I believe that sister has heard about it. Brother, you have the support of 2 conferred kings. Currently, there are 81 peak overlords of the younger generation helping me seize the nation's destiny. However, compared to eldest brother, they are still lacking. Therefore, I would like to borrow sister's 20 people," the second prince said. "Since it is only 20 people, sister will not be able to obtain the position of crown prince. Why don't you cede them to me? If I successfully obtain the position of crown prince, I can promise that on the day I ascend the throne, I will bestow sister with 2 fiefdoms of the same size. How about that?" Chapter 1817. They had put in so much effort. How could they allow someone else to take advantage of them? Emperor Wuhan said bluntly, "If this is the reason, I think the second prince has come for nothing. Every battle for the throne is full of variables. Until the very last moment, even the first prince, who has the absolute advantage, would not dare say he has 100% chance of success." The rejection was obvious. They would not give up just like that. Haha, indeed. Before the final result is known, I would not dare to presume who will succeed in the end. But what I can be sure of is that my sister will definitely be among the losers. To be honest, the strength of your 20-odd people is not enough. The second prince went straight to the point. Princess Rookin's face fell. She said unhappily, "You don't have to worry about that, second brother." The second prince continued, "Sister, you should consider this carefully. If you give up your position to me now, you will still have the merit of attaining the throne. It will be beneficial to you in the future. If you refuse, you will gain nothing, as you have no hope of becoming the crown prince. The only way out for you is to rely on one of the princes. The battle for the throne of the Eastern royal family has always been extremely cruel. When it came to father's bloodline, he did not have any siblings. It goes without saying where they went. After father ascended to the throne, he either killed them or exiled them. In short, he wiped them out completely. Not a single one was left. Sister, you had better consider your future carefully. Do you want to be killed or be a happy and carefree king?" Emperor Wu Hen let out a cold grunt. "If we have to rely on a prince, why should we rely on you? No matter how you look at it, the first prince has more of an advantage than you. If they really had no other choice, the first prince would be at a lower risk than the second prince. Ha ha ha, the first prince has the right time, the right place, and the right people. Do you think he needs the support of your measly 20 people? Even if you give it to him, when he ascends to the throne in the future, how much leverage can you have?" His words had hit Princess Rookin where it hurt. Indeed, the first prince was like the sun in the sky. He did not care about his meager support. The two women sank into a deep silence. "Ha, I will not force you. Give me an answer before the ruins of Dayu the Great. If not, we will be enemies the next time we meet in the ruins. Farewell." The second prince said arrogantly. He held his head high and left the princess manor. After witnessing the whole process, Suyu finally understood why Princess Rookin also wanted to fight for the position of crown prince. She may not be greedy for power, but if she does not strive for the position of crown prince, what awaits her in the future is an extremely tragic ending. The second prince, who was usually very gentle to her, was cold and heartless in the face of danger. This was enough to explain everything. And Princess Rookin glared at the second prince as he left. Then she let out a whimper and threw herself into Sovereign Wu Han's arms, crying like a little girl who had been bullied. "I must become the crown prince." Otherwise, however, there was a trace of strange emotion in her determination. Sovereign Wu Hen had a complicated look on his face. He patted her back and comforted her. To be honest, based on Su Yu's experience, Princess Rookin's temperament was not suitable to be the ruler of a country. Willful, weak, and lacking foresight, it would be difficult for one to achieve great things. However, if she were to ascend to the throne, she believed that she would be the only one among her siblings who would not go on a killing spree. "If I receive a favor from someone, I must repay them tenfold," Suyu said inwardly. He still persisted in his beliefs. Regardless of the fate of the Dayu Empire, he would fulfill his promise and fully support Princess Rookin. After bidding farewell to the two girls, Suyu returned to the mansion. The lights in the mansion were dim. Because it was a newly built mansion, the palace maids and servants were left to choose from. Hence, it was rather desolate and lonely. Sitting alone in the courtyard, Suyu looked at the moon from afar. He could not help but feel a sense of loss. Where was Xia Jingyu? He had caught a glimpse of the ancient dream altar before it disappeared. Ever since they met, Xia Jingyu had always been like a ball of hazy fog, a moon in the water. They would meet each other for a short time and then be separated for a long time. Suyu kept chasing and searching for her, over and over again. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between them that could not be crossed. Was it fate? Looking at the bright moon, Suyu had an indistinct feeling. In the invisible world, there was an invisible giant hand obstructing them. That feeling was very much like the calamity that had befallen Suyu from behind the scenes, trying to kill him. Deep in his thoughts, he sank into a trance, until a servant girl held a cup of hot tea and called out softly, Sixth Prince, the tea is here. For the past few days, Suyu had not trained. He had been drinking tea alone under the moon in the back garden. The servants had gotten used to it and served him tea on time. Suyu came back to his senses and picked up the teacup with a sense of loss. You may leave. Yes. He took a sip. The tea was rich and fragrant, but suddenly he frowned. Gradually, a pained expression appeared on his face. Drops of blood and sweat seeped out of his pores. There's poison in the tea? Who is it? Suyu's pupils quickly lost focus and were covered with a layer of gray. In the darkness, he could vaguely see an exceptionally tall palace maid approaching him. It was the one who had served him tea. The palace maid had ordinary features, but there was something special about her. Below her right eye, there was a mole that looked like a teardrop. Suddenly, Suyu remembered a person. The white-robed woman who had placed a bounty on Suyu in the Diyu Empire was also a pinnacle existence. The woman's most striking feature was her teardrop mole. Suyu remembered her name clearly. Chiu Henlei. How is it? The spirit tea made by Wu Henlei tastes good, doesn't it? Chiu Henlei squatted down, quietly watching as Suyu gradually turned into a puddle of blood. Suyu groaned in pain. Who sent you? Chiu Henlei's lips curled into a cold smile. No one sent me. I was the one who wanted to kill you. Strange. Suyu had thought that it was an assassin sent by the first and second princes. How heavily guarded was the imperial palace? There were sovereigns in gray robes, as well as several sovereigns in crowns. There were also countless powerful formations. The probability of passing through the imperial palace undetected was 0. Only with the help of the two princes could an assassin infiltrate the sixth prince's mansion. Most importantly, the two of them had a reason to kill Suyu. But I did help you get rid of an assassin hiding in the dark. Chiu Henlei waved her hand and threw out a corpse from her storage space. The corpse's flesh was festering, and it did not look human. Its body contained a primordial power. It was an emperor. He was the assassin sent by the first prince. But even though they were both emperors, he had been killed by Chiu Henlei without attracting any attention. This woman's level of danger was obvious. If he attacked, he would inevitably cause a commotion. To ensure that nothing went wrong, I had to get rid of him first. Suyu's face sank. Why did you want to kill me? He asked with difficulty. The poison had corroded his body, and his throat was beginning to soften. His words were indistinct. He, of course, for revenge. You killed someone you shouldn't have. Who? Why did you make it onto the Huang contribution roll? The other party asked coldly. It was Xielang. He was my disciple. My real name is Luo Shenlei. You are a member of the royal family. I believe you must have heard of me. Hearing this, Suyu's heart shook. The most wanted criminal on the wanted list, Luo Shenlei. It was actually this vicious person. Suyu did not know what crime she had committed, but for her to be listed as the most wanted criminal, it was enough to imagine how dangerous she was. Back then, he had accidentally obtained Xielang's head. He had not expected to provoke this vicious person. Luo Shenlei smiled coldly. You can die in peace. No one can live after being poisoned by my Luoshan poison. After saying this, she walked away slowly, leaving Suyu and the decaying corpse of the emperor behind. I'm afraid things won't go as you wish. However, there was a strange movement behind her. Before she could react, a dragon-shaped sword energy, which was close to the emperor, cleverly slashed towards the vital parts of her back. Luo Shenlei's expression changed, and she hurriedly summoned a cloud of mist in front of her. The dragon-shaped sword energy broke into the mist like a clay ox entering the sea. But with a soft groan, Luo Shenlei's figure fell out, her chest a dark red. Looking at Suyu, she was a little surprised. At this moment, Suyu's body was bursting with amazing vitality. The emerald light shone brightly, and the festering body quickly recovered to its original state. A cloud of pitch-black mist was slowly forced out from his palm. "You weren't poisoned." Luotian lay was shocked. When the Luotian poison entered his body, it immediately spread to his limbs and bones. Even the Double Crown Emperor would find it difficult to force the spreading poison out of his body, unless he did not drink the tea from the beginning, and he was just affected by the poison. Divine energy emerged from Su Yu's 5 fingers, wrapping around the Luotian poison. "I searched your palace, made soul, and served tea according to her habits. How did you see through it?" Luotian Lei asked in a low voice. "Su Yu said the tea is cold." He had always been meticulous, and he noticed that something was wrong the moment he drank the tea. The tea served by the palace maid was served immediately after it was brewed, and it was slightly hot. But this cup was a little cold, and it had obviously been left for a while. His palace maids would never serve such a tea. Therefore, he immediately wrapped the tea in his mouth with his divine qi. Even so, the steaming poisonous gas was still tormenting him. Fortunately, he had mastered 40% of the law of life, and he was able to counteract the poison with his strong vitality. Just a trace of the poison was so powerful. If all the poison in the tea entered his body, it could be imagined that even the Double Crown Emperor might not be able to withstand it. Luotian Lei sighed with regret. "So that's how it is. There's always a mistake. I can only kill you by force." Anyway, Su Yu's sword had already caused a commotion, and she no longer cared. But suddenly, a beautiful woman in a palace dress appeared beside Su Yu. It was Emperor Wu Hen, who had heard the news and rushed over. She stared at Luotian Lei, and her eyes suddenly became cold. "How dare you come to the palace?" Luotian Lei crossed her arms in front of her chest, showing a pitiful sneer. "Oh, isn't this the sister-in-law of Princess Xiaoyin? You have been living quite comfortably all these years. Thanks to you, I have been alone all these years, and I have been living very well." Emperor Wu Hen's words were filled with unforgettable hatred. It was as if there was an irreconcilable hatred between her and Luotian Lei. Chapter 1818. After saying that, she leapt into the air and grabbed the emperor's corpse on the ground. Now that Emperor Wu Hen had been alerted, it would be very difficult to kill him without alerting anyone. It would be bad if the battle drew out the gray-robed emperor. Therefore, she wisely chose to retreat. "You want to leave?" The formation around Emperor Wu Hen shone brightly, and a bolt of purple-black divine thunder descended from the sky, bombarding Luotian Lei. Purple sky thunder formation. Luotian Lei was slightly shocked. She gave up on grabbing the corpse and dodged the attack. A hint of annoyance appeared between her brows. "Very well, you really haven't been idle all these years in order to kill me. You found a divine thunder that can restrain me." She looked at the corpse on the ground reluctantly and had to teleport away. If she stayed any longer, she would definitely attract the gray-robed emperor. "Where do you think you're going?" Emperor Wu Hen was filled with murderous intent as he teleported away. Su Yu hesitated for a moment, but did not give chase. With Luotian Lei's strength, he would only be a burden to Emperor Wu Hen if he went. Looking at the emperor's corpse on the ground, his eyes were filled with confusion. Strange. Why did she keep the emperor's corpse? Is this corpse very important? Su Yu squatted down to examine it. The corpse's storage device had been taken, and only the corpse was left. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu put the corpse away. Then he walked up to the cup of tea and drew out a drop of colorless, odorless liquid. Luotian poison? I didn't notice it at all just now, and it's so powerful. I can use it. He wrapped it with his divine power and sealed it in a jade bottle. Then he searched around and found the corpse of the dead palace maid in a remote corner. With a touch of his palm, the palace maid's injuries healed, and her lost vitality and soul miraculously reappeared. Soon, the palace maid blinked and came back to life. "Ah, how did I fall asleep? Sixth Prince, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I will be punished." She had been implicated by Su Yu after all, so it was not a big deal to resurrect her. It's fine. Go about your business. Thank you for your mercy, sixth prince. Luo Shenlei, the first prince. Su Yu clenched his fist. He was not strong enough now, but if he was strong enough, he would make them pay. An hour later, Emperor Wuhan returned with a livid face. You lost him? Yes, he escaped into the earth vein. I don't know where he went. Another earth vein? Su Yu could not help but recall Huan Yu, Longjuan's memories. The entire underground of the palace was filled with complicated, dried-up earth veins. However, it was also good that she didn't catch up to him. Luo Shenlei's strength was extremely high, and it was only because she feared the strength of the royal palace that she chose not to fight. If she really left the territory of the royal palace, Emperor Wuhan would be in danger instead. How did you provoke her? Emperor Wuhan stared at Su Yu with a burning gaze. His gaze was exceptionally sharp. There was nothing to hide about this matter, so he told the whole story in full detail. So that's how it is. Sovereign Wuhan suddenly let out a sharp laugh. Well done. So Evil Wolf is her disciple as well. Hearing the hatred in her voice, Su Yu could not help but express the confusion in his heart. Who is she? The imperial palace is such a heavily guarded place. Yet she could easily sneak into my mansion? Emperor Wuhan stared at Su Yu and said coldly, She is more familiar with the imperial palace than I am. Traveling freely through the palace is a piece of cake for her. Could it be that she used to be someone from the palace? You probably don't know, but just now you fought with the eldest princess of our empire, right? Emperor Wuhan said softly, What, the eldest princess? The most wanted criminal on the list? Su, you could not relate the two's identities together. She is the elder sister of the monarch Dongfang Xia, Dongfang Luoshan. When Dongfang Xia ascended to the throne, he killed all the princes except for this elder sister, who was expelled from the Dayu Empire by Dongfang Xia's benevolence. But no one would have guessed that she was so ambitious. Not only did she not go far away, but she also stayed in hiding and schemed against Dongfang Xia and his bloodline. She cultivated and created a series of despicable plans against the royal family. Huan Yue Longjuan's abduction of a concubine was one of the most sensational incidents. Emperor Wuhan's eyes were cold. Rumor has it that he escaped from the three emperors with ease. But what about the reality? Without the cooperation of a powerful mastermind behind the scenes, how could he, a mere half-step emperor, escape? Now that he thought about it carefully, there were many suspicious points. What about the three emperors who guarded the imperial palace all year round? What about Dongfang Xia himself? Why was there no movement at all? The truth is that Dongfang Xia and the three emperors were suddenly entangled. The three emperors were also blocked by a mysterious strong martial artist, which allowed Huan Yue Langjun to escape. It was obvious who the mastermind behind the scenes was. Now that the emperor and the two emperors have left the imperial palace, that bitch took the opportunity to come again. However, Emperor Wuhan laughed heartily. She was willing to pay any price to break into the imperial palace to kill you for Xielang. That Xielang must be very important to her. You killed him well. Xielang's crime on the list was that he had raped and killed one of Dongfang Xiao's daughters. That was also a deliberate act of revenge against the royal family. He did not expect to accidentally kill two of Luo Shenlei's people. Of course, he did not personally kill Xielang. It was the work of the north-facing pearl. It's just a feud between a sister and a brother. Yet he wants to implicate his concubine and daughter. Although the royal family is heartless, isn't this person's methods a little too cruel? Do you think that only the concubine and daughter were harmed? Emperor Wuhan laughed bitterly. Even those who are related to the royal family cannot escape her methods. My husband, the current emperor's uncle, and Rukin's mother, imperial concubine Xiaoyin, both died tragically at her hands. She was Princess Rukin's aunt, so the ones who died were Princess Rukin's uncle and mother. It was no wonder that she hated Luotian Lei so much, and it was no wonder that Princess Rukin would personally assassinate Huanyue Langjun. They were all filled with hatred for Luotian Lei's people. Does that mean that she has other subordinates? Emperor Wu Hin laughed coldly. Not just other subordinates. Do you know why the wanted list was created? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. It was set up specifically for that beat *TSH. She and her followers are wanted everywhere and no end. Right now, more than half of the criminals on the wanted list are her followers. Isn't this woman's power a little unusual? How could a princess who had lost her power silently cultivate so many powerhouses? The most suspicious thing was the matter of Huanyue Langjun. She couldn't have entangled Dongfang Xia and the 3 Double Crown emperors alone, could she? She has accomplices? Su Yu asked. Emperor Wu Han nodded slightly, his expression frighteningly dark. After this woman was banished, she found a mysterious backer who allowed her to stir up trouble for many years. Otherwise, how could a fallen princess like her have such great abilities? For so many years, the Empire has been tracking down the mysterious force that secretly supported her, but there has been no news. The mysterious force is hidden very well and is difficult to discover. After saying this, Emperor Wu Hin comforted him. But don't worry. Since she failed once, she won't come again for a while. Don't worry too much. He wasn't worried. If he couldn't beat her, he could easily escape. This matter involves the royal family scandal. Just keep it to yourself, but remember not to spread it. If it hadn't happened today, Su Yu would never have known that the royal family had such a crazy opponent. I understand. Emperor Wu Hin returned to the princess mansion and briefly told her what had happened just now. Hearing the appearance of Wenluo divine tears, Princess Rukin suddenly clenched her fists. The usually muddle-headed Princess Rukin's eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. It's her. This woman killed my mother and uncle, and she still dares to return to the palace. Unknowingly, her nails dug into her flesh. Her eyes were filled with hatred and tears of grief. If I could become the monarch, I would gather the power of the whole nation to annihilate her. But why? Why am I so useless? Forget about the position of the crown prince. I might not even be able to keep my life in the future. It's impossible for me to avenge my mother and uncle. Emperor Wu Hin also unwittingly shed bitter tears. One was an orphan girl and the other was a widow. They had helped each other in difficult times. It was because they had a common enemy that they had to participate in the intrigue of the royal family and the cruel and bloody fight for the position of crown prince. Unfortunately, things didn't go according to their wishes. The chances of winning the position of crown prince this time were slim, unless a miracle happened. 2 days later, before the ruins of the Great Yu, the imperial clan court was busy handing out tokens to the princes and princesses. That was the proof to allow them to enter the ruins of the Great Yu. The princes and princesses finally publicly summoned their advisors to their residences, ready to set off. There were only 15 people in Princess Rukin's residence, 7 or 8 fewer than the previous time. Where are they? Princess Rukin raised her brows and asked. A young man close to 30 years old said angrily, Your Highness, the curly-bearded scholar and his 7 colleagues suddenly left without saying goodbye last night. We don't know where they went. We sent people to search for them, but to no avail. Emperor Wu Hin's face darkened. Did they desert? At this moment, the difference in power between the princes and princesses was no longer a secret. Princess Rukin was too weak. She was at an extremely disadvantageous position in the fight for the nation's fortune. It was only a matter of time before they betrayed her. Princess Rukin was so angry that she trembled. A bunch of treacherous bastards. I'll issue a warrant for their arrest and make them pay the price. They had signed a contract. Princess Rukin would help them endure the Dao reign, and they would help her seize the nation's fortune. If they broke the contract, they would have to compensate Princess Rukin at least 10,000 divine stones. To them, That was almost their entire fortune. Haha, why are you so angry, royal sister? The second prince's laughter came from outside the residence. Then the guards at the door yelled in shock, followed by the sounds of fighting. The second prince led a group of people and barged into the princess' residence. He was all smiles. Second royal brother, how dare you barge into my residence? I'm going to report this to the imperial clan court. Princess Rooken's pupils contracted suddenly. She fixed her gaze on the group of people surrounding the second prince, her eyes spewing fire. The curly-bearded scholar, one-armed iron sword, the prodigal son who has turned back. Why are you with him? The curly-bearded scholar was dressed in green, scholarly attire. He had a refined air about him. He chuckled. A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. A wise man submits to circumstances. We are unwilling to be covered in dust and remain unknown under the princess's command. Hence, we've decided to join the second prince. The matter was clear. Chapter 1819. Pearls covered in dust. Are you traitors worthy? Princess Rooken was furious. She immediately went to her old master to demonstrate her power after submitting to her new master. If one were to talk about being ungrateful, then this was a living example. The curly-bearded scholar smiled happily. Regardless of whether your highness agrees or not, following his highness the second prince is obviously better than following you. For the sake of our friendship, let's cancel the contract we signed in the past. Dream on. The bearded scholar shook his head. Your highness misunderstands. I am not making a request. I am merely informing you. Princess Rooken laughed in anger. Hee, do you really think my title as a princess is undeserved? You have violated the contract. You must immediately return the divine stones. Otherwise, I will immediately send you to prison. She was extremely furious. Anyone who is bitten by their own dog would not be happy. Your highness is naturally not undeserved, but that is only for today. Tomorrow, after the ruins of you the Great, your highness will be nothing. The bearded scholar laughed recklessly. No matter who became the crown prince, there would be no place for the princess. Banishing her from the Dayu dynasty would be the lightest punishment. What would be the use of her arrest warrant then? Emperor Wu Hen sighed. They had indeed dared to come because they had something to rely on. Anger and sorrow flashed through her eyes. The sorrow of the weak was that anyone could step on them in times of danger, even those who had once respected them as gods. I will kill you. Princess Rooken was so angry that her eyes turned red and tears flowed out. She only wanted to avoid being slaughtered by the royal family. She only wanted to take revenge for her deceased mother and uncle. Why did everyone come to bully her? Forget about the second brother. Even an insignificant person who had once controlled her life and death had humiliated her. The second prince waved his fan and said calmly, Sister, they are my people now. You have to ask me before you kill them. As he waved his fan, silver needles flew out and circled around her. His determination was evident, as if he wanted to fight at all costs. Emperor Wu Hen mourned silently. One wrong move, and they had lost the entire game. They had misjudged the intensity of the fight for the throne, causing them to be severely unprepared. Princess Rooken slowly closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as she took a few deep breaths. Only then did her heaving chest slowly calm down. With a trembling but firm voice, she said, Did you come here today to see me make a fool of myself? You were destined to become a joke after you rejected me last time. Your brother couldn't be bothered to look at it, nor did he care to look at it. The second prince closed his folding fan and slapped it against his palm. He looked mockingly at the remaining 15 people behind her. I will also give you a chance to choose. The building is about to collapse and the ship is capsized. Where will you go? If you're willing to follow me, come forward. I'll guarantee your safety. If you're unwilling, You'll be my #1 enemy in the ruins of Yu the Great. Eliminating you will be my #1 priority." The real purpose of his trip was to poach the remaining 15 people. Princess Rooken's eyes widened as she shouted hysterically, "How dare you!" The second prince ignored him as if he hadn't heard anything. He just stared at the remaining 15 people without blinking. "You only have 10 breaths of time. 1. Whoosh! At the very beginning, one person left the group and arrived behind the second prince in a flash. He lowered his head, not daring to meet Princess Rooken's eyes. The second prince's lips curled up. Filled with charm and threat, he said, "2." The first person's betrayal was like a meteor crashing to the ground, dealing a devastating blow to the remaining 15 people. People left the group one after another, standing behind the second prince. Seeing this, Princess Rooken was powerless to stop them. Their hearts were theirs. It was useless to force them to stay. She closed her beautiful eyes with difficulty, and tears fell like rain. She said in a trembling voice, "If you're willing to leave, then leave." The moment she said that, the last few people who insisted on leaving also wavered. After a dozen people left, there were only 2 people left behind Princess Rooken. One of them was Yi Lang, and the other was Yi He. They were wandering brothers that Princess Rooken had taken in many years ago. "Are the 2 of you sure?" The second prince was overjoyed. He shot a hostile gaze at the 2 remaining people. Yi Lang and Yi He had determined expressions. They stood behind Princess Rooken like withered trees, unwavering. He, remember the 2 of them. The second prince squeezed the folding fan in his hand, not hiding his cold expression. "Enter the ruins of Yu the Great. If you find the 2 of them, kill them without mercy." The curly-bearded scholar smiled sinisterly. "I will treat the 2 loyal dogs well later." The fight for the position of crown prince had ended before it had even begun. Princess Rooken's tears fell like rain. What she received was not the second prince's sympathy or pity, but deep mockery. At that moment, a palace maid hurried over, saying in fear and trepidation, "Your Highness, the 6th prince has arrived." Princess Rooken let out a bitter laugh. What was the point of him coming? Everything was meaningless. "Tell him to return," Princess Rooken said, completely disheartened. "I have troubled him during this period of time." Emperor Wuhan wanted to stop her, but he withdrew his hand in midair. The situation was already hopeless. It was no longer important whether Su Yu was here or not. The palace maid ran over to report. "He, sister, why did you do this in the first place? If you had agreed to lend the people to me, I would have owed you a favor. Now you have nothing." The second prince was in high spirits. He clasped his hands behind his back, coldly mocking. One must know one's limitations. If one sets an unrealistic goal, one will miss the most suitable opportunity. Remember this, sister. He had gotten what he wanted, and he was satisfied. Unexpectedly, the 6th prince, Su Yu, walked over with his hands behind his back. Seeing the situation in the courtyard from afar, he frowned slightly. "Sister, what is the meaning of the palace maid's message?" Princess Rooken did not look at him. To be precise, her dull and listless eyes could not see anyone. "I have no one else to use. 6th brother, you need not worry about the fight for the nation's fate." Princess Rooken smiled sadly. Su Yu's gaze swept past the second prince, then the familiar faces behind him. He roughly understood what had happened. His brows relaxed, and he walked over to rub her head. "I was wondering what it was. So there are 20 people missing." Princess Rooken was at her lowest point in life. She could not help but throw herself into his arms, crying loudly, "20 people are all I have. I have nothing now." Su Yu really felt like a younger sister to this sometimes muddle-headed little princess. Hearing this, he laughed. "Have you forgotten that I said I would find help for you?" Emperor Wuhan's eyes flashed. and he revealed a shocked expression. A few days ago, Su Yu had gone out on a trip, saying that he was looking for help. However, there was no definite news, and he had thought that he had returned in failure. Princess Rukin lifted her head abruptly, her eyes filled with a strange glow. She said in shock, "Really? How much help did you find?" Her heart was filled with anticipation, and she looked at Su Yu without blinking. Her heart had stopped beating. The second prince's expression turned serious. What kind of help was it? 1. Su Yu had only found a divine warrior. Princess Rukin's crystalline eyes quickly dimmed. She looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. 1. You have done your best. Thank you, Brother Su Yu. At the critical juncture of her life, at least there was someone who had not abandoned her. Emperor Wuhan let out a deep sigh. The hope in her heart was immediately extinguished. She laughed self-mockingly. Now that things had come to this, who would still be willing to board their sinking ship? The second prince felt relieved and laughed. Sixth brother, you're really good at surprising people. Unfortunately, this is probably the last time. After the ruins of Yu the Great, you'll have to say goodbye to the dynasty. So you ignored his words, as well as his people. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Yu laughed and wiped away Princess Rukin's tears. It is true that I only found one help, but he used his connections to find some people. Although not many, it is better than nothing. Buzz. Princess Rukin trembled lightly in his arms. Her chest rose and fell violently like waves, each higher than the last, pressing down on Su Yu. The soft and warm pressure caused Su Yu to push her away in embarrassment. Emperor Wuhan's pupils shrank, and his body trembled violently. He said in shock, "Where are they?" Outside the manor, Su Yu called out, "Elder, please come in and talk." "Haha, thanks to the sixth prince, this is the first time I have seen the splendor of the imperial palace." A loud, powerful voice came from outside the manor. Divine light suddenly appeared in front of Su Yu, and a blind, emaciated old man appeared. Prince Wuhan was the first to see the man clearly. His expression changed drastically, and he shouted in shock, "The Emperor of Ichi! It's you!" In terms of the deep roots of the emperors among the people, the rest of them combined could not compare to the Emperor of Ichi. She had visited him as early as 3 years ago, trying to persuade him to support Princess Rukin. But this old man knew her value better than anyone else, and it was extremely difficult to convince him. The last time he visited, he had grown tired of her persuasion and had directly asked her to leave, causing Emperor Wuhan to lose all face. She had never dreamed that after 3 years of fruitless persuasion, he would be persuaded by Su Yu in one go. The Emperor of Ichi glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he stepped forward and cupped his fists at Su Yu. This was the attitude of an equal. "Your Highness, I have brought them here. Do you want to inspect them?" Su Yu looked at Princess Rukin and Emperor Wuhan and said, "Let them come in, and let them inspect them." The old man nodded, and the Emperor of Ichi said calmly, "Come in." Thump, thump. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the tea on the stone table in the courtyard rippled. A large group of young, strong men of different races, dressed in the same dark purple armor, surged into Rukin's manor like an army entering a city. If not for the presence of the two emperors, Princess Rukin would have thought that there was a mutiny. Taking a closer look at the newcomers, apart from the fact that they were all young and wearing the same armor, all of their cultivations were at the peak of the overlord level. There are more than 130 of them. Looking at the shocking scene, Emperor Wuhan and Princess Rukin were both overjoyed. The Emperor of Ichi said regretfully, "Your Highness, you came late and gave me only 2 days to prepare. In my haste, I could only gather this group. If it had been a year and a half earlier, I could have easily invited 200 of them." Half of what he said was true, and the other half was modesty. He had long planned to serve an emperor, so how could he not have prepared the people in advance? However, he did not expect that the person he would choose to serve would be Princess Rukin, who was the least favored. If he had known this would happen, he would have used his connections to gather another 70 or 80 people who met the requirements. It would not have been difficult at all. Chapter 1820. It's not a small number. It's not a small number at all. Princess Rukin had already wiped away her tears. Her eyes were like luminous pearls, shining with a dazzling light of surprise. 830 people, and all of them are peak overlords. Although their numbers are slightly less than eldest brothers, their quality is definitely superior. There were quite a few glazed crystal overlords in the opponent's camp. Overall, the two were equally matched. Emperor Wuhin was so excited that he almost burst into tears. The heavens had taken pity on him. To receive such powerful support. Compared to the initial 20 weak people, the number had increased by 7 to 8 times, and they were almost on par with the eldest prince. He looked at the Emperor of Wenqi gratefully and said incoherently, "It's enough, it's completely enough. Emperor of Wenqi, I, Wuhin, will remember this great favor." However, the Emperor of Wenqi did not care about the two of them at all, not even bothering to acknowledge them. He blushed, embarrassed by Su Yu's words. He cupped his fists and apologized. "I really wasn't prepared. It was Princess Rukin who would be assisting me. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Su Yu frowned. "How could it be as easy as you make it sound? I thought the Emperor was a calm person, so I didn't warn you. I didn't expect you to be so careless and not give it your all." Princess Rukin and Emperor Wuhin were so worried that they wanted to cover Su Yu's mouth immediately. "That's enough, don't say any more." They couldn't ask for such a powerful support from the Emperor of Wenqi. What if the other party got angry and left in a fit of anger by criticizing and grumbling in front of everyone? Unexpectedly, the Emperor of Wenqi, who had been indifferent to them, seemed to have a completely different attitude toward Su Yu. He bowed again and said apologetically, "Your Highness, you have wronged me. I also realized that there were not enough people, so I specially took out the purple demon armor from the storage and equipped everyone." Princess Rukin was shocked again, staring at the purple-black armor on them. She said in shock, "Is that the rumored #1 divine armor of the Empire of Diu, the purple demon armor? I heard that after wearing it, it can greatly increase the wearer's speed of absorbing divine energy and physical strength. It can increase one's cultivation by more than half. The market price of this armor is 20,000 divine stones, and it has never been sold before." Emperor Wuhen was shocked as well. Then he was overjoyed. She had heard of the famous purple demon armor before. It was a supreme-grade armor forged by the Wenqi Weapon Alliance to arm its own members. When a peak overlord wore it, their battle prowess would be on par with a half-step martial emperor. 10 purple demon armored warriors working together could easily kill a half-step monarch. Even if they encountered an emperor, a team of more than 50 people would be able to kill it. As for the 130 purple demon armored warriors, they were like a mudslide. Anyone who stood in their way would die, and even monarchs would flee at the mere sight of them. Upon hearing Princess Rukin's introduction, Su Yu was slightly surprised. "Oh, is the purple demon armor that powerful?" The sovereign of Qi heaved a sigh of relief and smiled apologetically. "This old man's life and future are on the line here. How could I dare to hold back?" Su Yu's brows relaxed and he nodded. "I will trust you for now, but if anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. The subsequent golden flames forbidden would all be ruined. Don't worry, they have all received my instructions and will definitely do their best." The sovereign of Qi cupped his fists once again. "I will go back and wait for the good news, Your Highness. When the time comes, let's drink to our heart's content." Su Yu nodded slightly and watched as the sovereign of Qi teleported away. Princess Rukin's eyes were sparkling, and her face was full of joy. She could not stop smiling. It was only when the sovereign of Qi had left that she suddenly threw herself into Su Yu's arms. She held his face and kissed him to her heart's content. Her small face was overflowing with sincere gratitude and excitement from the bottom of her heart. When she realized that something was amiss, she hurriedly retracted her body, and her snow-white face abruptly blushed. Outsiders might not think much of it, but she knew very well that they were not real siblings. Emperor Wuhan was also full of joy, and his half-smiling eyes darted back and forth between the two of them. She was filled with boundless gratitude toward Suyu. Without him, there would be no hope of today. How arrogant was the sovereign of Qi! From the beginning to the end, he had not spoken a single word to her or Princess Rukin, and he had not even looked them in the eye. He had only done so because of Suyu. Even though she was very curious about how Suyu had convinced the sovereign of Qi, she feigned ignorance out of respect and gratitude. Your Highness, there is something that I do not know if it is appropriate to ask. Staring at Suyu, Emperor Wuhan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. Suyu looked over and said calmly, "Please speak." After a slight hesitation, Emperor Wuhan said, "The sovereign of Qi only recognizes your Highness alone. Why would your Highness still help us, a pair of orphans?" The sovereign of Qi had asked this question before. Suyu smiled slightly and said calmly, "There is no other reason. It was just a promise. You have done me a favor, and I will definitely repay it." Repaying favors was Suyu's code of conduct, and there were no exceptions. The two women were stunned, and the way they looked at Suyu changed completely. They had been more or less guarded against Suyu before, but now that they were in trouble, they could clearly see Suyu's character. They admired him and felt fortunate. Fortunate that they had met Suyu, and fortunate that they had worked hard to fulfill their promise. The expression of the second prince, who had witnessed everything, changed from shock to shock and finally to ashen. He had never imagined that Suyu could find such powerful reinforcements. He had never imagined that a salted fish like Princess Rukin could make a comeback. What he regretted was that he was the one who had beaten Princess Rukin into a salted fish. If he had known that the sixth prince could recruit such powerful reinforcements, he would not have provoked Princess Rukin for the sake of a mere 20 people. Now she must hate him to the core, right? As he pondered, he slowly retreated, leaving the princess's manner dejectedly. "Hee, second imperial brother, where are you going?" Princess Ru Chin asked with a smile. The second prince stopped in his tracks and forced a smile. "There are guests from my sister's manor. I will not stay any longer. Farewell. You can leave, and I cannot stop you. But as for them, did they break the contract? Betray? Fine. 10,000 divine stones for each of them. If they can't pay up, I'm sorry, but you'll have to spend 100 years in the Empire's prison." Princess Rukin raised her eyebrows and said with a murderous aura. The second prince's expression kept changing, and he said in a low voice, "Sister, aren't you making things difficult for us?" If he kept them, where would his prestige be? Would the more than 80 people he had recruited still be loyal to him? It is only right and proper to repay a debt. You have received my blessing, but you want to leave? Do you really think I am a pushover? Princess Rukin said this with a lack of confidence. She involuntarily grabbed Suyu's arm, feeling reassured. The second prince's expression turned cold, and he shouted, "Do not be afraid of her. She may not be able to seize the position of crown prince. Follow me." The greatest hope was still the first prince. Princess Rukin's fate was most likely death or banishment. Princess Rukin let out a cold laugh. "Let's see who dares to leave." At once, a group of traitors could not move like wooden stakes. Only half of them clenched their teeth and followed the second prince, hoping to get lucky. Princess Rukin's gaze turned cold, but she could not stop them. Suyu looked on coldly from the side, calmly saying, "Everyone listen up. Remember those traitors who followed the second prince. Tomorrow, at the relic of the Dayu, kill every person you see. You will get 5,000 divine stones for each person you kill." An ordinary peak overlord would not even get 1,000 divine stones in a year. 5,000 divine stones was a full 5 years' worth of harvest. And the method was simple: kill a person. They were already mentally prepared to kill people at the relic of the Diu, but to receive such a huge reward for killing people, forgive their poor imagination, they had never imagined it. In an instant, hundreds of pairs of burning eyes stared fixedly at the dozen or so traitors behind the second prince. His gaze was like that of a starving tiger staring at white sheep, wishing that he could rush over and eat them alive. Creak! The dozen traitors behind the second prince could not move an inch. They turned around with stiff expressions, meeting the ferocious gazes of the crowd. Those with weak willpower were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. The curly-bearded scholar looked as if he had lost a funeral, no longer having the carefree and unrestrained air of waving his fan. He gulped and bowed respectfully to Princess Rookin. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Now that I have realized my error, please take me in, Princess. The rest followed suit. It was the second prince's flowery words that bewitched me. It was not my own will. Please investigate, Princess. The second prince used despicable methods to lure and threaten me. I had no choice but to comply. A group of people pushed the blame to the second prince, making him so angry that his nose was crooked. Many of them had sought him out, such as the curly-bearded scholar. Princess Rookin could not make up her mind. She thought for a moment, then looked toward Suyu, subtly taking him as the leader. Looking at them, Suyu calmly said, "Some of you were tempted. If you pay your debts, I'll let you go, or you'll be imprisoned for 100 years. There are also some who betrayed me because they were threatened. I can forgive them, and they can return to serve me." He did not kill them all at once. Instead, he dealt with them separately, fairly and reasonably. The curly-bearded scholar was overjoyed. He was about to speak when Suyu's words sent him into a bottomless pit of ice. But there is also a group who betrayed me and brought new masters to provoke me. If you want to choose a good tree to nest in, or if you want to be a wise man, or if you do not want to be covered in dust, I will grant you your wishes. I will not take you in, nor will I make you pay compensation or send you to prison. We will meet at the relic of the Diu. That's right. I'm talking about the 8 people who betrayed me last night. Get ready. The time to prove your worth has come. He spoke calmly, but his words were filled with cruelty and bloodthirst. Tomorrow they would be hunted down by the purple demon armored warriors. They would have nowhere to run. The curly-bearded scholar's legs turned to jelly. He begged, "Your Highness, please have mercy. I was blinded by greed. I don't want to die." Princess Rookin's expression turned cold. "Did you hear that? Do as Sixth Brother says." Walala! A group of purple demon armored warriors threw them out like wolves and tigers. "If you give up on the relic of the Diu, I will personally give the order to kill you." "Oh, don't even think about leaving the palace before the relic of the Diu," Suyu added, cutting off their thoughts of escaping. Participating in the relic of the Diu might allow them to escape death by a fluke. If they did not participate, they would not be able to leave the palace. Even if they did, so what? All lands under the heavens belonged to the emperor. It was too easy for a prince to kill anyone. The 8 of them were like abandoned stray dogs, remorseful and dejected as they followed the dejected second prince. Chapter 1821. Please enter the main text. Ha ha ha. This is too satisfying. Princess Ru Qin exclaimed with pride and elation. Emperor Wuhan could not stop giggling, and he looked at Suyu with a strange look in his eyes. The next morning, a melodious bell rang from deep within the palace. Princess Rookin's expression tightened as she looked into the depths of the palace. They're finally here. In the courtyard, Suyu and Emperor Wuhan sat with their eyes closed. The 130 purple demon armored warriors were ready to go. They did not sleep the entire night. To be precise, no one in the palace could sleep, because from this day onwards, the fate of the empire would be decided for millions of years to come. The fight for the throne. Clang, clang. When the bell tolled, the 5 princes' mansions and the princesses' mansions all went into a huge commotion. Countless powerful young geniuses streamed out. They were like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering in the depths of the palace from different directions. That was the forbidden area of the palace. Usually, only one person in the entire empire could enter, the monarch Dongfang Xia. Apart from him, not even the crown prince, Dongfang Wudi, could enter without permission. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. In history, there had been 3 princes who had trespassed and were mercilessly killed. One of them was even more powerful than the current first prince, and the entire empire supported him. However, he was arrogant and had barged into the forbidden area alone. He had been killed by the monarch, shocking the other princes. Since then, no other prince had dared to trespass. They would not even go near the forbidden area unless it was absolutely necessary. But today, the moment that would decide their fate had arrived. 6 princes and 1 princess stood in front of the forbidden area with their heads held high. Behind them were the strong youths who had chosen to follow them. Among them, the first prince and the 5th prince had joined forces. They were the most powerful, with more than 200 people. The 6th prince and the princess had joined forces with more than 130 people. They were the second most powerful. Behind them were the 2nd prince's 90 people, the 3rd prince's 70 people, the 4th prince's 60 people. The area in front of the forbidden area was packed with people. They sized each other up. Apart from the 2nd prince, the other princes were shocked when they saw the 6th prince and Princess Rukin's troops. The 3rd prince was shocked. Where did their reinforcements come from? Outside of the 10 feudal lands, who else could provide support with more than 130 people? Was it the 6th prince? No, he was just a newcomer. How could he have the time to gather so many people? Or is it my sister? The 4th prince was also surprised. The 1st prince and the 5th prince looked over, and their faces darkened. Purple demon armor. The eldest imperial prince's eyes shone with a sinister light. He recognized the origin of the armor. Apart from the Emperor of Qi, no one else could fully equip a group of peak overlords. The 5th prince clenched his fists furiously. What benefits did the 6th prince give that old man to make him go against us with all his might? The 2 of them stared at each other. They had originally thought that the 2nd prince was the biggest threat. Who knew that the true threat was the 6th prince and Princess Ru Chen, whom they had never taken seriously. While they were sizing up Su Yu's people, Su Yu was also sizing them up. He looked around and immediately noticed a pair of complicated eyes looking at him. When Su Yu looked over, he was slightly startled. Then he smiled faintly and looked elsewhere. It's him. How could it be? Empress Ziwei, who was dressed in a purple robe, stared in disbelief at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in the yellow robe. She was trembling, unable to suppress her shock. Ziwei, who did you see? Why are you so excited? A mocking voice came from beside her. It was a beautiful pink-robed woman with a peak overlord cultivation level. She had a voluptuous figure, and her snow-white chest was particularly eye-catching. She exuded an indescribable charm from head to toe. Ziwei regained some of her composure and pointed at Su Yu. Who is he? The charming woman looked over, her eyes flashing with ridicule. I was wondering why you've taken a liking to the 6th prince. Hee. Ziwei, although you are so beautiful that even I am jealous, you should forget about him. The beautiful women who want to marry him in the imperial city can line up from the imperial city to the feudal lands. I can only feast my eyes on them. 6th prince. Empress Ziwei was shocked. Aren't there only 5 princes in the empire? The charming woman chuckled. Oh, I almost forgot. You have been training in isolation all this time and do not know what is going on in the outside world. Recently, a prince who has been wandering outside has appeared. He travels outside all year round. Right? He has traveled in the constellation Sea. I remember you are from the constellation Sea, right? Do you know each other? No, I don't know him. Empress Ziwei's heart was in turmoil. It can't be wrong, it's him. It must be him. Su Yu. That's a pity. The sixth prince is a genius. Do you know what he comprehended with the power of the Dao Rain? You'll be shocked to death if I tell you. Empress Ziwei stared at Su Yu, her eyes darkening. How much of the rules did he comprehend? Back then, Su Yu was even inferior to her. After a few years, he had not only become the sixth prince of the Diu Empire, his status had skyrocketed, and she had to look up to him. Even his abilities had changed drastically. She did not even qualify to participate in the Dao Rain, but Su Yu could participate as a prince, and he was the envy of everyone in the world. He must have condensed at least 50% of the rules, right? In contrast, she was still a long way from condensing the rules. How much? Ha. A complete rules, and a law that has been comprehended 40%. He's definitely going to be the future emperor. Empress Ziwei gasped, her pupils constricting to the size of needles. Her chest felt like it had been smashed by a giant hammer, and she was extremely depressed. She could not believe that Su Yu had reached a level where she had to look up to him. However, this is nothing. The fifth prince and Princess Rukin have also comprehended the complete rules, so it's nothing in comparison. What's truly frightening is, do you know what kind of rules he has comprehended? Empress Ziwei was startled. Is it some kind of powerful rules? Powerful? Haha. Do you know what the 8 great rules of the heavenly path are? Empress Ziwei replied, Of course I do. It's one of the 8 most powerful laws of heaven and earth. It's extremely profound and abstruse, and only a handful of people have managed to comprehend it throughout history. However, every single person who has managed to do so has become the ruler of a great civilization. She wrinkled her nose. Don't tell me that he has comprehended one of the 8 great rules. She did not believe it from the bottom of her heart. Of course not. Empress Ziwei snorted and looked at Su Yu with a complicated expression. She said calmly, Then it's not that great. He has comprehended 2 of the 8 great rules. Empress Ziwei's expression stiffened, and she stood rooted to the ground, forgetting to breathe. The charming woman's reverent voice continued to ring in her ears. He has comprehended the space rules completely, and he has comprehended 40% of the life rules. My goodness, it's hard to imagine that I can see a living, demonic genius. Compared to him, what are we so-called geniuses? He is a dragon and we are worms. No, it can't be like this. Back when she joined Bei Wangqin, she had told herself time and time again that from now on, she would walk a different path from Su Yu and Xue Guanyin. There would be no more interaction between them. After all, one faced the sky and the other faced the earth. But now, Su Yu was standing in front of her with the right to look down on her. How shocking was that? She had overturned her beautiful vision for several years. No, there is another person, Bei Wangqin. He can't be more powerful than Bei Wangqin. Empress Ziwei clenched her fists tightly. Back then, she had stubbornly betrayed her hometown, the civilization of the Sea of Constellations, and severed her ties with Su Yu and Xue Guanyin. Wasn't it because she was obsessed with Bei Wangqin's unparalleled potential that she realized she was a frog at the bottom of a well? She might not be able to compare with Su Yu, but the person she followed was definitely not wrong. The charming woman's pupils shrank. Bei Wangqin was a taboo existence in the Diu Empire. He was also the only existence that could compare with Dongfang Wudi. He was not an emperor, but he was above all other emperors. His talents were terrifyingly strong. He might not be as good as Bei Wangqin, but the gray-robed emperor thinks very highly of the sixth prince. He has only shown such an attitude towards the sixth prince, the charming woman said with uncertainty. Empress Ziwei snorted coldly. That's because of his identity as a prince. If Bei Wangqin was also a yellow, the gray-robed emperor would definitely look up to him. What she did not know was that the gray-robed emperor understood the significance of comprehending the 8 great laws better than she did. Even if Bei Wangqin was the heir to the throne, the gray-robed emperor would not think so highly of him, let alone the fact that Bei Wangqin was not a prince. Those who comprehended the 8 great laws and those who comprehended the ordinary laws were destined to be people of 2 different worlds. Sensing that Empress Ziwei's gaze was fixed on him, Su Yu smiled lightly. Those who abandon me can't keep yesterday. Those who disturb my mind can only worry today. Since he had left, he would no longer worry. His gaze continued to look around, and suddenly he found a familiar figure. Bei Wangqin's Ao Xiang. At this moment he was staring at Su Yu with hatred, as if he wanted to skin Su Yu alive. Loser! Su Yu glanced at him casually, then looked at the other 8 people beside Ao Xiang. They were exactly the same as Ao Xiang, representing the other 8 sides of Bei Wangqin. Every Xiang has the fighting power of a half-step emperor. With the 9 Xiang working together, I'm afraid no one in the ruins of the Diu Empire can defeat them. As if sensing his gaze, the 9 Xiang looked over at the same time. Their different gazes converged, giving Su Yu a sense of danger. The thread of fate suddenly shook. Oh! Su Yu narrowed his eyes. The last time the thread of fate shook like this was when he was fighting with Huan Yu Langjun. Bei Wangqin was indeed a strong opponent that he needed to be wary of. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Yu looked elsewhere and met a pair of complicated crystal eyes. It was the north-gazing pearl. Su Yu smiled at her, which made the north-gazing pearl glare at him fiercely, as if to say, "How dare you smile?" Shrugging, Su Yu's gaze drifted to the rest of the people. At this moment, he found a slightly familiar person standing beside the north-gazing pearl. It was a young man who somewhat resembled Bei Wangqin. He smiled lightly at Su Yu to show his goodwill. Only then did Su Yu remember who he was. The north-gazing pavilion. That day in the swamp, when the other party was being hunted, it was Su Yu who saved his life. The other party even gave Su Yu a jade pendant and told him to look for him at the north-gazing manor if he was in trouble. Su Yu didn't expect him to come too. So many acquaintances. Su Yu touched his nose. Since they were all here, the Saint Lady of the joyous holy ground should be here too, right? Sure enough, a gaze filled with hatred pierced through him. Su Yu smiled at her and shrugged his shoulders innocently, which made the other party grind her teeth and look at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. However, the next moment, Su Yu was attracted by the person beside her. It was an ordinary young man wearing a bamboo hat that covered his face. Su Yu's gaze involuntarily paused. Chapter 1822. Su Yu used his transparent eyes to look over. To his surprise, the young man was shrouded in an indescribable aura of destiny, and it blocked the light from his eyes. The bamboo-hatted man followed Su Yu's gaze and shuddered. He stared at Su Yu for a long time. A faintly discernible fighting spirit shot out from under the bamboo hat. Su Yu was sure that they had met before. The 2 of them looked at each other for a moment, then looked away. The first prince had many strong men under him, especially Bei Wangqin. Back then, he had gathered countless strong men from his fiefdom. Now that he thought about it, he was probably recruiting young geniuses for the first prince's fight for the nation's fortune. You really have a lot of enemies. Princess Ru Qin shrank her neck. She felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. Su Yu smiled. There are too many people to worry about, he said. Is it because he is thick-skinned and is not afraid of being beaten? Princess Ru Chen grunted. Su Yu laughed. Then he looked at the men of the second prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince. He could not see through one of the men of each of the 3 princes. Do they all have a trump card? It seems like they are giving it their all in this fight. I have to be serious, Su Yu thought to himself. The 6 princes and 1 princess were all present. With a whoosh, The gray-robed emperor appeared in front of them, silently, without the slightest ripple of energy. Just this move alone was enough to intimidate many of the people present. I will not say any unnecessary words. You only need to remember one thing. Do not attack the members of the royal family. Otherwise, even if you come out, you might not be able to leave alive. The gray-robed emperor did not hide his immense killing intent. The terrifying ripple of energy from the double-crowned emperor terrified everyone present. But the smart ones understood the hidden meaning. Even if they could not kill the members of the royal family, they could at least kill the ordinary participants, right? In all the previous fights for the nation's fortune, the number of people who died from man-made disasters had never been less than half. This time, the fight for the throne was even more intense, and this number would probably increase. The relic of the Dayu officially opens. The gray-robed emperor's voice shook the sky. He waved his big sleeves, and the seal that had been sealed for many years behind him opened with a creak. An ancient and broken giant door appeared in front of everyone. Behind the enormous door, a wave of divine energy that was close to liquid assaulted their faces. It was mixed with a special aura that was different from the Dayu Empire, causing one's spirit to tremble. You have a month's time. After a month, you will be teleported back by the ruins. The gray-robed sovereign stepped aside. Go in. Just as he finished speaking, the 6 teams entered one after another. A boundless green grassland came into view. Close to 500 people gathered at the entrance, staring at the scene before them in shock. At the end of the grassland were huge mountains that pierced through the clouds. They were as steep as swords. The remnants of the ancient palace could be vaguely seen on the peak of the mountain. The outer perimeter is beautiful. Sharp Sword Mountain. Princess Ruchin exhaled and could not help but feel nervous. Su Yu stared at the strange giant mountain. He did not know why, but he had a strange feeling about it. Flying ancient beasts reside on Sharp Sword Mountain. Not only are the one-horned eagles extremely fast, but they are also skilled in sonic attacks. Killing them is very difficult. Furthermore, after killing them, the luck of the nation they have is usually very low, so it is not worth hunting them, Princess Rukin said in a very practiced manner. Su Yu took a deep look at Sharp Sword Mountain, asking profoundly, "Will they take the initiative to attack us?" The one-horned eagles are naturally timid. If they were alone, they might be hunted down by them. But now that there are so many of us, they do not even dare to approach us, Princess Rukin said disapprovingly. Is that so? Su Yu began to ponder. Ha ha ha! 6th brother, if you only have this much courage, you should give up early. If you are afraid of a mere one-horned eagle, won't the ancient beasts behind you scare you into retreating? The second prince stood beside the second prince. With a cold sneer, he took the lead and leaped forward. More than 90 people followed behind him. After crossing Sharp Sword Mountain, they would be able to enter the outer perimeter. That was where the ancient beasts resided. As soon as the second prince moved, the rest of the sovereigns followed suit. Princess Rukin could not wait any longer. She leaped into the air, wanting to give chase as well. But Su Yu grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her back. Let's wait for a while. He stared at Sharp Sword Mountain, frowning slightly. Princess Rukin was anxious. What is the one-horned eagle afraid of? The purple demon armored warriors behind her were also impatient. There were many spiritual treasures in the ruins of Yu the Great. After all, it had been 100 million years since the last time it had been opened. Even if they had plucked everything clean, they should have all grown in 100 million years. If they were a step slower, they would lose many good things. I am not afraid of the one-horned eagle, but I feel that something is amiss. Su Yu cast his gaze toward the Sharp Sword Mountain, calmly saying, Did you not notice that there are no one-horned eagles circling above the Sharp Sword Mountains? It was only after seeing his figure that the crowd realized something was amiss. Indeed, if the one-horned eagles had not sensed the presence of living beings in their nests, it would have been fine. But the second prince and his group had already rushed to the vicinity of Sharp Sword Mountain, and there was still no movement. This was a little strange. The agitated purple demon armored warriors gradually calmed down. As expected, the first prince, the fifth prince, the third prince, and the fourth prince also gradually realized that something was amiss, and they slowed down their speed. Only the second prince and his group, who were in front, did not notice anything amiss behind them. They thought that they had shaken off their pursuers because they were moving too fast. Charge! Charge into the outer perimeter and seize the initiative. If I can ascend to the throne, I will bestow 100,000 divine stones to those who contribute. The second prince roared heroically, leading the charge into the Sharp Sword Mountain. His followers behind him were also in high spirits, shouting as they charged forward in a frenzy. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The third Sharp Sword Mountain suddenly collapsed. No, it was not a collapse. Instead, the mountain suddenly twisted and dived down. Su Yu and his group, who were watching from afar, were the first to see it clearly. The Sharp Sword Mountain twisted its body like a snake. Its head hidden in the clouds suddenly turned and dived down to the ground. A gigantic mouth that had no nose, eyes, or ears, and was only 10,000 feet wide, suddenly sucked in a deep breath. Suddenly, a large number of people who had rushed over were sucked into the giant mouth like sand. Only a small number of people who were sucked in could rationally escape. With this one gulp, a third of the 90 people were lost. Retreat quickly. The second prince did not understand the situation and instinctively shouted. Even so, the giant monster sucked in another 20 people and sucked them away. Munch, munch! Apart from the sounds of people fleeing in fear, there was only the bone-chilling, crunching sounds of the monster chewing on dozens of corpses. Retreat quickly. The expressions of the first prince and his group changed drastically, and they all ordered their people to retreat to the entrance. Seeing the second prince return with the remaining 40 people, they could not bring themselves to laugh. All of them fell into a state of great fear. Emperor-level ancient beast, the corpse-eating giant venomous centipede. Princess Rookin was dumbfounded. The other princes also stood there blankly, their faces filled with shock and astonishment. Having survived the calamity, the second prince roared angrily, "Who can tell me what is going on? Why would the ancient beast in the depths of the relic run to a place that is not even considered the periphery?" At this moment his heart was bleeding. He had not obtained a shred of the nation's destiny, but he had lost more than half of his people. Originally, he had the advantage of being ranked third, but now he was ranked last. The expressions of the princes all turned serious. The relic of you, the Great, must have undergone some unknown changes in the past 100 million years. They could no longer speculate based on past experience. Rumble. At this moment, the huge body of the corpse-eating giant venomous centipede began to burrow into the ground, trying to run. The first prince's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed the golden sword at his waist and slashed across the air. Unbounded imperial hegemony. A sword, chi the size of a mountain of sharp swords, slashed out with a rumble. Puff! The huge body of the corpse-eating giant venomous centipede was almost slashed into two. What a domineering strike! Compared to the royal dragon's sovereign sword, this strike was much more powerful. The other princes also reacted. This was an emperor-level ancient beast. Whoever killed it would obtain the nation's destiny. Kill! Even the second prince reacted and led his people to attack the giant venomous centipede. In an instant, colorful divine techniques bombarded the corpse-eating giant venomous centipede like raindrops. Unless it was a double crown emperor, anyone who saw such an attack would have to run away. Snatch it from me? Humph! The first prince leaped out. The golden sword once again exploded with a shocking sword radiance. Before the other divine techniques bombarded him, the first prince slashed the giant venomous centipede into two from head to tail. When the rest of the divine techniques attacked, the giant venomous centipede was already dead. Wasn't it a fantasy for a peak overlord to fight with an emperor? Many of the first prince's followers cheered, shaking the ruins. On the other hand, the followers of the other princes were disheartened. However, at that moment, a 10-meter-long earthworm suddenly jumped out of the corpse of the giant venomous centipede. It was its soul. In its mouth was a 5-meter-long, 5-colored ball. It was the nation's destiny. The first prince sneered, "Where do you think you're going?" The golden sword once again slashed down at lightning speed. This strike was enough to destroy the soul. Many powerhouses who were rushing overside. There was nothing they could do. They could not compete with the emperor at all. Before their divine techniques arrived, their souls would be destroyed by the first prince. However, at that moment, a deafening shriek crushed most of the divine techniques in its path and chased after the little earthworm. Ah, what broke my divine technique? My internal organs are being shaken by this thing. Who did it? Why is that powerful aura even stronger than the first prince's unbounded imperial dominance? In the midst of their shock, they only saw a black stream of light streaking across the sky like a meteorite, heading straight for the earthworm's soul. The first prince was about to pull out his sword when he suddenly felt the powerful aura behind him. He was shocked. When he came back to his senses, he roared, "Who dares to snatch my things?" The golden sword in his hand slashed down faster. However, the stream of light behind him was too fast. When he reacted, the earthworm's soul was pierced and dissipated on the spot. With a whoosh, the national fate in his mouth flew in the opposite direction. "Where are you going?" The first prince sucked in the air, trying to grab the nation's destiny. However, the nation's destiny was not affected at all. It flew straight to the entrance, into the hands of a young man in a yellow dragon robe. Chapter 1823. The first prince's cold gaze was like lightning, staring at the owner of the palm that held the destiny of the nation. His expression was icy cold. Sixth prince. Su Yu stabbed a 2-zhang tall giant bow into the ground, his hand pulling the bowstring tightly. The faintly discernible law of strength surrounded him. Whoosh! After the jet-black light pierced through the soul, it flew back and landed in his other hand. His expression was normal, but he was in a good mood. As expected, anything that caught Xiao Dai's eye was not ordinary. With just a try, the power unleashed by the heavenly bow was unparalleled. Thinking back to the emperor-level first prince, the earthworm's soul had been right in front of him, but it had been killed by the heavenly bow. Not only was its power shocking, its speed was unparalleled. He was very satisfied with the results. With a light laugh, Su Yu put the soul into his pocket. The second prince's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had sacrificed more than half of his men to help Su Yu. The third and fourth princes were also extremely jealous. He had just started by snatching an emperor-level nation's destiny, leaving them far behind. If they were so, the first prince's hatred could be imagined. He had killed the giant venomous centipede with one strike, but Su Yu had intercepted him. Sixth prince. I will remember this. The first prince was furious. Let's go. Rumble. Over 200 men followed the first prince through the sharp sword mountain, reaching the outer perimeter. The second prince, third prince, and fourth prince were not to be outdone, each choosing a direction to run in. Princess Rukin laughed loudly. To snatch an emperor-level nation's destiny at the start, our chances of victory have increased. In contrast, Su Yu's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Don't be careless. In our current situation, our chances of victory are less than 30%. His calm demeanor just now was for the enemy to see. Princess Rukin calmed down from her elation. Indeed, they had celebrated too early. Even though the giant venomous centipede is the weakest among the emperor-level ancient beasts, it is still an emperor-level being. Back when father was still a prince, he entered this place to fight for the nation's destiny and also killed a giant venomous centipede. However, he took half a day to kill it. Eldest brother only used one strike. Princess Rookin said worriedly. In comparison, the first prince's terror was evident. He alone was comparable to 100 men. In addition, among his men there was Bei Wangqin, the #1 Heaven's Pride expert of the empire, the saintess of the joyous holy ground, and many half-step martial monarchs. The speed at which they collected the destiny of the nation would reach an unbelievable level. The future was extremely bleak. According to the usual method, our chances of winning are slim. We can only split up. So you thought about it carefully. Sister, you can lead the purple demon armored warriors. With their torrential force, even if they encounter an emperor-level ancient beast, they will be able to kill it. They can also ensure your safety. You are not coming with us? Princess Ru Qin panicked, feeling insecure. Su Yu stroked her head, his gaze gentle. You are the future queen. Sooner or later, you will have to take charge. Princess Rookin did not reject him. She felt a lump in her throat. The royal clan was heartless. Instead, this outsider was like an older brother, giving her warmth and affection. You will lead them to seize the fate of the nation. What about you? I'll prepare a kingdom for you, Su Yu said boldly. Princess Ru Qin felt a warmth in her heart, and her eyes became resolute. Imperial brother, take care. She streaked across the sky, and a purplish-black undercurrent surged along with her, surging toward the horizon like a torrent. Su Yu stood on the spot, muttering to himself for a moment. The 9-jade spiritual pearl on his arm flickered, and the figure of a petite young lady appeared. Are you hungry? What do you think? Xiao Dai's face was full of resentment. 3 days ago, Su Yu had starved her again. It was even more cruel than the black market, which had only lasted for a day. Haha, then you should know that I've let you out to prepare a feast for you. Xiao Dai rolled her eyes and looked around. Her eyes shone brightly. What a dense divine energy! A place like this is the best place to produce treasures. It's not just treasures. There are many delicious foods that you can't even imagine, Su Yu said with a mysterious smile. Especially the ancient beasts here. They are nourished by the divine energy all year round. Their meat is fresh, soft, and juicy. It's indescribably delicious. Humph, I don't believe what you're saying. Oh, then wipe off your saliva first. You are insulting my great personality. I am a habitual epileptic. Finally, Su Yu threw her a pouch that contained the fate of the nation. After eating the ancient beasts, store the fate of the nation in this pouch. Xiao Dai had a look of disdain. I knew you wouldn't feel at ease. You can choose not to eat it. You win. Grabbing the pouch, Xiao Dai gritted her teeth and looked around, her mouth full of saliva. Her smiling face was full of excitement and wild joy. She couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, I Xiao Dai am back again. The deafening roar shocked all the ancient beasts in the surroundings, causing them to flee in terror. It was as if they had sensed the existence of some natural enemy. Su Yu looked at Xiao Dai worriedly and muttered to himself, I hope I didn't do anything wrong. With that said, he chose a direction and strode forward. 5 days later, Creek. In a mountain valley, Su Yu killed a 1,000-foot-long scorpion with a single slash of his sword. With a flick of the tip of the sword, a fist-sized lump of the nation's fate was plucked out. 83rd kill. Su Yu stored the fate of the nation in his pouch, helplessly. The scorpion was an ancient beast half a step away from the emperor level, but the nation's fate obtained after killing it was less than 100th of the giant corpse-eating centipede. He had killed 83 beasts in 5 days, and even the weakest among them was at the overlord level. However, the total amount of the nation's fate obtained was less than half of the giant, corpse-eating centipede's fate. At this rate, the total amount won't exceed for emperor-level nations' fates in a month. So you stopped and analyzed. The first prince and the others' gains are probably far more than this. Their numbers and overall strength were far inferior to their opponents. If this went on, they would definitely lose. I can't waste any more time on ordinary ancient beasts. The decisive ones are the emperor-level ancient beasts. Su Yu is in the middle of the ruins. The traditional emperor-level ancient beasts were all inside the ruins. The territories of a few famous emperor-level ancient beasts had already been marked out. It was time to take a look. Su Yu's eyes flashed as he ventured deeper into the ruins. For some unknown reason, the deeper he ventured, the more familiar he felt. When he first saw the Sharp Sword Mountain, he had a similar feeling. He had thought it was an illusion caused by the Sharp Sword Mountain. However, as time passed, the sense of familiarity did not disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Where does this sense of familiarity come from? This question had been bothering him for a long time. He sped all the way. Half a day later, he suddenly felt a powerful fluctuation of the divine energy of heaven and earth. With his transparent eyes, he could see the thick layers of clouds that were invisible to ordinary eyes surging in the sky like waves. Even with Su Yu's cultivation of a peak overlord, he felt extremely small in the face of this vast divine energy. Such a powerful fluctuation. Su Yu was slightly surprised. The fluctuation caused by the double-crowned emperor's attack should be similar, right? Similar phenomena of heaven and earth were either the attacks of strong men or the birth of natural spiritual treasures. Is it an ancient beast or a spiritual treasure? Su Yu's heart thumped as he flew over. Standing on a mountain peak, he looked into the distance. A dark red beam of light shot up into the sky. A faintly discernible, dragon-shaped mass of energy roared and swam around the beam of light. The moment his eyes met the beam of light, the blood in his body suddenly boiled and flowed uncontrollably in reverse. What's going on? Su Yu's expression changed as he hurriedly suppressed the reversal of his blood. It's the weak dragon blood in my body. His expression changed in surprise. What the dragon blood could sense was also related to the dragon clan. How could there be something related to the dragon race in the ruins of Yu the Great? Su Yu was secretly surprised. The dark red beam of light gradually shrank, and the feeling of the dragon blood quickly faded. His eyes flashed, and a pair of yin-yang wings appeared on his back. Before the beam of light completely disappeared, he teleported nearby. The scene at the scene surprised him slightly. He saw an ancient giant peak that had been cut horizontally from the center, revealing the details of the mountain's interior. A dark red lake came into view. This is... Su Yu's face overflowed with deep ecstasy. The blood of a real dragon. There was no mistake. It was the diluted blood of a real dragon. Judging from the thickness of the dragon blood, it was probably no less than the double-crowned emperor's divine blood. Considering how old it had been, this was probably the divine blood left behind by a three-crowned emperor's real dragon. What he lacked the most at the moment was the blood of a real dragon. If he could obtain it, the power of the royal dragon sword would be further released, and the power would be earth-shattering. However, although he was excited, he restrained himself. The appearance of dragon blood meant the appearance of a powerful ancient beast. Moreover, how this mountain had been cut horizontally was still a mystery. Retracting his aura, Su Yu landed in a hidden place and watched closely. As expected, a moment later, a white-headed giant eagle flew over from the ninth heaven. Its terrifying aura had reached the level of a one-crowned emperor. It circled nearby, its eyes staring at the giant dragon blood lake, revealing a look of greed. But suddenly, it stared sharply at the lake, revealing deep vigilance. After circling for half a cup of tea's time, the white-headed eagle lost its patience and dove down with a sharp screech. Its sharp claws, wrapped in a desolate force, suddenly plunged into the blood-colored lake. Roar! An angry roar suddenly came from the pool of blood. A huge green python suddenly swept its tail the instant the white-headed eagle grabbed at it. The snake's tail was thin and flat like a sword. This mountain had been cut by the giant snake's tail. Clang! The giant claws and the snake's tail separated upon contact. Both were unharmed. The giant, white-headed eagle spun around, turning back to bite the snake with its giant mouth. The green snake was not to be outdone. It raised its giant head and spat out deadly venom. The giant, white-headed eagle screeched. A huge whirlwind blew out, blowing away all the venom. Seeing that the situation was not good, the green snake dove into the blood-colored lake. The giant, white-headed eagle let out a human-like sneer. It sped up and grabbed the green snake hiding in the blood-colored lake with its beak. This bite almost tore the green snake in half. The green snake on the bed swayed its giant body and fled in a panic. The giant, white-headed eagle descended like a victor, excitedly lowering its head to drink at the edge of the lake. Su Yu secretly took out the tani bow. This giant, white-headed eagle was exceptionally powerful, and its flying speed was extremely fast. He had to either kill it with one arrow or not provoke it. But at this moment, the giant, white-headed eagle seemed to have sensed something. Its eyes were filled with fear. It flapped its wings in a panic, trying to escape. It had just flown up 1,000 feet when a solid chain shot down from the sky. Screech! The giant, white-headed eagle fluttered its wings in fear to block the chain. At the same time, it let out a sharp screech, setting off a strong storm. But the chain ignored it. Not only did it pierce through the storm, but it also pierced through the giant, white-headed eagle's indestructible giant mouth, piercing through its entire body from head to tail. Bang! With a deafening noise, the emperor-level giant, white-headed eagle was completely destroyed. No one picked up the nation's fate, and it rolled to the ground. Chapter 1824. How could there be a double-crowned king? Was it the king of the ancient beasts in the inner area? The next moment, a red-eyed, evil-looking youth dressed in red appeared in front of the lake of dragon blood. How dare a mere ant try to steal my stuff? The evil-looking youth waved his sleeves. An entire lake of dragon blood was sucked into a blood gourd. Hee, this is the third gourd of dragon blood. The evil-looking youth hung the gourd on his waist, and it stood side by side with the other two identical gourds. After saying that, he left without even looking at the destiny on the ground. Su Yu was secretly astonished by what he saw. The evil-looking youth was one of the people Su Yu could not see through. He was a subordinate of the fourth prince. Su Yu had thought that he was just a little special, but he did not expect him to be a double-crowned king. The strange thing was that he had no interest in collecting the destiny of the nation, and even ignored the emperor-level destiny. It seems that he snuck in under the guise of assisting the fourth prince. He has other motives. After waiting for a moment to make sure that there were no more ancient beasts lurking nearby, he took out a small bag and put away the destiny. Looking at the empty lake of dragon blood, Su Yu felt it was a pity. Then, without stopping, he chased after the severely injured green snake, which was also an emperor-level ancient beast. The big green snake was good at burrowing into the ground, and ordinary people would lose track of it after a while. But with his transparent eye, the cave it left behind could not be clearer. Although the snake was injured, it was still agile. After chasing for half a day, Su Yu finally caught up with it. He drew the tani bow and shot an arrow through the snake, which was hiding deep underground. After receiving another emperor-level destiny, the small bag finally bulged a little. It's far from enough. Su Yu looked around and realized that he had unknowingly entered the inner area while chasing the big green snake. According to the map, this was the territory of another emperor-level ancient beast, the moon-howling heavenly wolf. Su Yu stealthily sneaked into its nest, but was surprised to find that it was empty. Did it leave the nest? Su Yu was puzzled. In the next 10 days, he went to the nests of the emperor-level ancient beasts, but he found nothing. Even the Rat King, who rarely left the nest, was nowhere to be seen. He searched through more than a dozen nests of various sizes, but he couldn't find a single trace of an emperor-level ancient beast. Not finding any emperor-grade ancient beasts in one or two locations was not surprising, but in more than a dozen locations, emperor-grade ancient beasts seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. The 5-colored lizard's nest is up ahead. If there's nothing else, suddenly, a series of shouts and battle cries entered his ears. When he looked through the heavenly eye, he could not help but reveal a strange expression. Within a certain damp cave, Empress Ziwei, a seductive woman, and several of the first prince's subordinates were being attacked by the second prince's subordinates. "How dare you? You even dare to kill the first prince's people!" The charming woman shouted. They had received orders to investigate the situation of the 5-colored lizard's lair, but their search was fruitless. When they returned, they had not expected to run into the second prince's troops. Under the command of a black-robed man wearing a bamboo hat, they immediately surrounded them. The charming woman and her group were outnumbered and were forced to retreat step by step. More than half of them were injured or killed. Amidst the shouts, a few more people were killed. The charming woman was struck by the black-robed man's peculiar divine technique. Her entire body immediately turned pitch black. Then she became motionless like a rock and could only watch helplessly as the enemy's swords slashed toward her. More than half of their troops died to this strange divine art that was impossible to guard against. The charming woman closed her eyes in despair and waited for death to descend upon her. At this moment, someone grabbed her from behind, and she was dragged back to avoid that attack. "Retreat to the nest and wait for reinforcements." The charming woman's heart relaxed and she grinned. "Sister Ziwei is still the most reliable. You can be relied on at crucial times." But how could the second prince's troops allow them to escape into the nest? The black-robed man's body surged with black energy, which transformed into sinister black snakes that swarmed toward them. In the blink of an eye, 5 people were struck and turned into pitch-black rocks. They could not move in the slightest and were hacked to death. In the blink of an eye, only Empress Ziwei and the charming woman were left. At this critical moment, Empress Ziwei circulated the remaining divine energy in her body and shouted coldly, "Meteorite ice tribulation!" A huge ball of ice appeared in front of them and barely blocked the cave. The pitch-black snakes were frozen by the extreme frost as soon as they approached. Do you think my dark demonic energy is so easily blocked?" A cold sneer sounded, and all the frozen snakes self-detonated. The resulting shockwave completely shattered the ball of ice. Empress Ziwei's divine energy was completely depleted, and she could no longer resist. Her eyes were filled with despair. Unexpectedly, the other party did not kill her immediately. Instead, he said coldly, "Young Mistress Ziwei, hand over the 1,000-year dragon beard grass." The despairing Empress Ziwei suddenly opened her eyes and said coldly, "You're here for this item?" "No, who leaked it?" 5 days ago, they had discovered 1,000-year dragon beard grass while exploring the nest of an emperor-level ancient beast. Dragon beard grass would usually be eaten by ancient beasts after growing for 800 years, and 1,000-year dragon beard grass was extremely rare. If this item was handed over to Bei Wangqin, it would definitely attract emperor-level ancient beasts. However, only a few people knew of this item's existence at that time, and they had agreed not to disclose it to the public. How did the second prince's people know of it, and even their specific coordinates were known by the other party, resulting in an ambush? Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly grabbed the spatial artifact on her finger. Her face was pale, and she said weakly, "The 1,000-year dragon beard grass is inside. If you want it, let us go." The black-robed bamboo hat man said solemnly, "Stop!" Empress Ziwei grabbed onto the last straw of hope. She supported the charming woman and slowly stood up. "Give me the antidote and let us go. Otherwise, don't even think about obtaining the 1,000-year dragon beard grass." Since they had come for this item, They would not sit idly by and watch the dragon beard grass be destroyed. As expected, the black-robed man hesitated and waved his hand to stop his subordinates from advancing rashly. He said eerily, "Accept your fate. You can't escape now. Your only choice is to die with dignity. Compared to the 1,000-year dragon beard grass, we are more unwilling to let the first prince know that we are killing his people." Empress Ziwei's heart sank. The life-saving straw that she had just grabbed onto had sunk to the bottom. If that was the case, only death would await her. Slowly closing her eyes, Empress Ziwei sneered and stared at them. "Very well, if Bei Wangqin can't get it, you ants won't get it either." The black-robed man sneered. "Ants? Aren't you overestimating Bei Wangqin?" Empress Ziwei's eyes were filled with reverence. She shook her head and said with longing, "You won't understand. In front of him, all living beings are ants. In this world, only Bei Wangqin can be called a genius. Everyone else, even the first prince, is overshadowed by him." "Hee. Then you can accompany Bei Wangqin to death." Empress Ziwei smiled sadly. Her eyes were filled with determination. "The dragon beard grass is only prepared for Bei Wangqin. You are not qualified to touch it." In an instant, she exerted force in her fingers and wanted to crush the interspatial storage device. However, at this moment, a pitch-black palm grabbed her right palm without any warning and forcefully stopped her from crushing the interspatial storage device. A voice that he couldn't be more familiar with drifted into his ears. "Hee, my good sister, you may want to die for Bei Wangqin, but I don't want to." Empress Ziwei's body trembled violently. She turned around in shock. It was the charming woman she saved. She was Empress Ziwei's only friend after she followed Bei Wangqin. The two went through life and death situations together. They trained together, cultivated in seclusion together, and experienced many years together. She couldn't believe that the other party had betrayed her. "It's you." In an instant, all her doubts were solved. There was indeed a traitor among them, but it was none other than her companions. "You betrayed me." Empress Ziwei was enraged. Her whole body emitted waves of coldness. The charming woman laughed delicately and mercilessly broke the finger that was wearing the storage ring. She easily removed the storage device and threw it to the black-robed man. She grabbed Empress Ziwei's throat with her other hand and sneered disdainfully. "Hee, what right do you have to be angry about someone else's betrayal? Do you remember when I asked you if you knew the sixth prince?" Empress Ziwei's face stiffened. "Your answer was that you didn't know him." "Haha. Do you really think I don't know what the sixth prince's real name was when he was training in the Sea of Constellations? It was Suyu. He was the champion of the North Far Fief's Hidden Dragon Contest. As for the relationship between the two of you, I have already investigated it thoroughly. Both of you came from the Sea of Constellations and carried out a mission together. But you chose to betray them after seeing Bei Wangqin's invincible talent. You even participated in the hunt for your former companions. Do you have the right to be angry about someone else's betrayal?" Empress Ziwei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if her worst side had been mercilessly dug out. "You must be regretting it now, right? Your former country bumpkin companion has suddenly become the sixth prince of the Empire of Constellations. His status is respected, and he can summon the wind and rain. He is much stronger than you, the traitor from back then." "Stop it." Empress Ziwei closed her eyes in pain, as if the charming woman had reopened her scar. "I saw with my own eyes that the sixth prince did not linger on you for more than a breath's time. In his heart, you are already a stranger. I told you to stop it. If you want to kill me, then kill me." Empress Ziwei roared. She would rather die than be reminded of the pain she had hidden deep in her heart. "Oh, angry from embarrassment? Hee. Someone like you who pursues perfection is the last thing you want to face in your life. Unfortunately, whether you admit it or not, you have been blind twice. You misjudged him the first time, and you misjudged me the second time." With a cold smile, the charming woman exerted strength in her fingers. "Goodbye, my sister, hee." An intense pain came from her neck, and she felt as if her neck was about to snap. However, right at that moment, an earth-shattering rumble reverberated through the cave. A muffled sound came from behind her, and the hand that was gripping her neck slowly loosened. Chapter 1825. She was not dead yet. She struggled to pull out the black arrow. Unfortunately, the arrow was extremely heavy. Even with her peak overlord cultivation, she could not move it at all. The black-robed man outside the cave had a drastic change of expression. "Who is it? Sneaking around and hurting people. Come out if you have the guts." When they ambushed people, did they ever do it openly? "I'm standing right in front of you, but you can't see me, yet you blame me for secretly hurting people." The clear mockery echoed in the darkness. The black-robed man sneered. He was provoking the other party and exposing the other party's position. He was so easily fooled. "There!" He grabbed with both hands, and two black snakes as thick as arms shot into the sky. Several shadows flashed, but the black snakes had already shot toward the source of the voice. Heaven's slashing sword. The response was an indifferent sneer. A 30,000-meter-long sword chi surged into the sky and slashed down violently with unstoppable force. The two black snakes did not even have time to react before they were destroyed and shattered. The remaining sword energy slashed down with great force. In an instant, more than 10 people were turned into dust by the sword. One by one, the bags that sealed the nation's fortune exploded, and hundreds of lumps of different sizes flew out. "Collect!" With a soft shout, a slightly bulging bag appeared, swallowing the scattered nation's fortune in one breath. The black-robed man was furious. "Thief! Don't even think about it." He put his hands together, and countless black shadows shot out from his body, forming a giant black ball that enveloped the bag and its surroundings. "Shrink!" he shouted coldly. With a cold shout, the giant black ball suddenly contracted, petrifying the hidden creatures trapped within. As expected, a figure appeared. "Humph! You killed my people and stole my things." The black-robed man displayed the powerful aura of a half-step emperor. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the black fog around the petrified figure suddenly dissipated, revealing a handsome young man who was unharmed. Just SOO. Su Yu's eyes turned cold, and the Azura sword slashed down again. Boom! This time, the full force of the sword was several times more powerful than before. Apart from the black-robed man, who barely managed to wrap himself in the black fog, the others all died on the spot. Having survived, he didn't feel good. His chest was cut by the remnant sword chi, leaving 2 deep wounds. The majestic sword chi was still wreaking havoc in his body, crazily destroying his vitality. An ordinary half-step martial monarch would have been killed by that attack. This black-robed man had his redeeming qualities. "It's you, 6th Prince." The black-robed man's pupils shrank. The conflict between the 2nd Prince and the 6th Prince was no secret. The 2nd Prince had even warned them to be careful of the 6th Prince and Princess Rookin's people. How could they not recognize him? Knowing how powerful the 6th Prince was, the black-robed man shook his sleeves without hesitation and turned into a black cloud that shot through the air. In the blink of an eye, he had fled to the horizon. At this moment, he dared to slow down a little and shouted coldly, "6th Prince, you have no idea who you are going against. I might not be a match for you, but someone else will." Su Yu stared at him calmly. "If you run away now, I won't bother to chase after you. If you insist on staying behind to say a few harsh words, then you don't have to leave." He didn't seem to make any movements, but he snapped his fingers with his right hand. All of a sudden, the black cloud, which was so far away, was torn apart from the inside out. The black-robed man let out a pathetic cry before turning into black fragments that fell to the ground. Midway, a beam of red light accurately swept back his bag of national fortune and storage artifact. Opening his palm, the two items appeared in Suyu's hands. Opening his national fortune, he saw that there were more than 70 national fortunes, all of them overlord level. Not bad. He casually stuck the bag into his waist. Next was the storage ring that he had taken from Empress Ziwei. Holding the item, Suyu turned to look at Empress Ziwei, who was covered in mud and had disheveled hair. She also saw him, her expression extremely complicated. Sixth prince, why do you still want to help her? The charming woman struggled. I am helping you kill the traitor and avenge you. She was so self-righteous back then. Does sixth prince not hate her? Suyu did not say a word. With a wave of his hand, the black arrow returned to him. Thank you, sixth prince, for sparing my life. The charming woman was overjoyed, but she obediently knelt by the side, not daring to make any unnecessary movements, listening to his orders. Her life or death depended on Suyu's decision. Empress Ziwei had a complicated look in her eyes. She cupped her hands in a hoarse voice. Thank you, sixth prince, for helping me. Ziwei is forever grateful. She had never expected that they would meet again under such circumstances. She did not expect Suyu to save her. Did he still care about their friendship in the sea of constellations? You don't have to thank me. Suyu looked at her as if he was looking at a stranger. I saved you once for the sake of the undying boy. Back then, thanks to the undying boy who had transformed into the emperor of the snowy region, Suyu, the Pearl Corpse King, and the others could escape the imprisonment of the sinful Lady Palace. Now, saving her disciple's life was considered repayment for that favor. The undying boy, the famous Corpse King of the Sea of Constellations? Empress Ziwei did not understand what relationship she had with the Corpse King. Whether you live or die, it makes no difference to me. Suyu turned around indifferently. Empress Ziwei's eyes darkened. She had thought too much. Suyu no longer had any feelings for her. Looking at Suyu taking away her storage ring, Empress Ziwei opened her mouth. You can take everything else, but please leave behind the 1,000-year-old dragon beard grass. Suyu stopped in his tracks and asked calmly why. Empress Ziwei's eyes were stubborn. Because I left it for Bei Wangqin, not for you. She was unprecedentedly determined. The more embarrassed she was in front of the companions she used to look down on, the more determined she was to stay loyal to Bei Wangqin. She might not be as good as Suyu, but Bei Wangqin, whom she was loyal to, was definitely better than him. This was the only thing she had that allowed her to hold her head high in front of Suyu. Suyu turned around and looked at her, his eyes full of pity and contempt. The Ice Rose, who marched forward proudly, willingly degraded herself and took pride in being someone else's mental slave. How pathetic and detestable! His sharp words pierced Empress Ziwei's heart with pain. In the past, she looked down on the world with disdain. She had a martial heart that would never yield to anyone. But now, she took pride in being loyal to others. Just like a slave. I'm not wrong. Empress Ziwei was even more unwilling to accept Suyu's words. Her eyes were full of admiration as she shook her head and looked at Suyu coldly. You don't understand the true meaning of a genius. You are nothing in front of Bei Wangqin. The pity in Suyu's eyes deepened. A frog at the bottom of a well. No one understood the so-called geniuses better than he did. The top people in a region could be called geniuses. But how big was the world? What were the geniuses of the Shinyue Island in the past compared to the current world? They were not even ants at the bottom. Similarly, what were the geniuses of the 3-star civilizations compared to the 9-star civilizations that ruled the Great Beginning Realm? Although Suyu had never seen the geniuses of the 9-star civilizations, he could imagine that Bei Wangqin must be very mediocre there. Only a pathetic and ignorant frog at the bottom of a well would look up at the top people in a narrow region, thinking that he had seen the most powerful heaven rulers in the world. You are the frog at the bottom of a well. I didn't think much of Bei Wangqin before I saw his demonic talent, but now that I have seen him, I know how powerful and extraordinary he is. She refused to come to her senses and looked down on Suyu, mocking him for not understanding the true meaning of a genius. Suyu looked at her nonchalantly and suddenly smiled. Fine, I'll show you what a real heaven ruler is like. Suyu took a deep breath and pulled Empress Ziwei to his side. What are you doing? Empress Ziwei's eyes were full of pride, like an unyielding peacock. I'll show you the sky beyond the well. Suyu smiled lightly. When he finished speaking, his eyes flickered with soul light and fixed on the charming woman. She felt a pain in her head and fainted immediately. Suyu quickly flipped through the memories of her soul. Oh, a hidden relic has appeared in the inner periphery, and all the Emperor ancient beasts are guarding the relic? Suyu's eyes flickered. He had casually searched for the second prince's whereabouts, but he did not expect to receive an unexpected piece of news. A few days ago, when the second prince's men were exploring the lair of an Emperor ancient beast, they discovered a submerged relic in a half-dried lake. Many Emperor ancient beasts that had gone missing were resting nearby. It's been a few days. I'm afraid the news won't stay hidden for long. Suyu immediately activated the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole, grabbed Empress Ziwei, and flew toward the relic. If he could seize the opportunity and kill all the Emperor ancient beasts, the fight for the fate of the nation would be as smooth as Mount Tai. An hour later, after 8 consecutive long-distance teleportations, he finally arrived nearby. What he saw was a stretch of mountains and rivers filled with blood-red light. A bloody light shot out from the ends of the world and dyed the sky and the earth blood red. Wisps of ominous aura slowly enveloped the surroundings. There was even a tidal wave of primordial energy surging at the source of the blood-red light. It was a group of Emperor ancient beasts, and they were engaged in a fierce battle with some living beings. Suyu rushed over with a thought. However, he discovered that there were 3 powerful Emperor-grade ancient beasts, and each of them was fighting a human. Suyu was no stranger to those 3 people. First Prince, Bei Wangqin's 9 xiangs, the man in the bamboo hat. What surprised Suyu the most was that the man in the bamboo hat, who looked somewhat familiar, had the combat power to fight Emperor ancient beasts alone. However, the 3 of them were quickly repelled. Perhaps they were affected by the blood-red light, but not only did the 3 Emperor ancient beasts' combat power soar, even their defensive power was enhanced by a large margin. The first prince's powerful golden sword only left a white mark on the body of a giant corpse-eating centipede. In contrast, the giant corpse-eating centipede was killed in 2 strikes. Who's there? The 3 of them retreated and saw Suyu. A murderous look flashed across the first prince's face. It's you. Bei Wangqin, Zhu Xiang, and the man in the bamboo hat looked over, their expressions calm. Suyu did not look at them. Instead, he looked at the magnificent group of Emperor ancient beasts. He saw that they had protected the relic that was exposed on the surface of the water with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. An extremely evil aura was vaguely awakening in the relic. What surprised Suyu even more was that when he arrived at the relic of the Dayu, he felt a sense of familiarity. Chapter 1826. Please enter the main text. That familiar evil energy originated from the ruins. What was it? Suyu could not recall what was familiar about it. His eyes flashed, and he focused on the beasts. 13 Emperor-level ancient beasts. Suyu's eyes were filled with excitement, but then he frowned. Where is the double-crown Emperor-level beast? It was the greatest threat, but also the greatest opportunity. The empire luck it possessed was probably more than all the other Emperor realm ancient beasts combined. But the difficulty of killing it, judging from the techniques they had displayed, was hopeless. Even escaping would be a challenge. Over there. Surprisingly, even though the first prince wanted to kill Suyu, he did not attack him. Instead, he gave him pointers. Suyu looked in the direction he was pointing. A palm-sized, inconspicuous crow was lying on the eaves of the ruins. It stared at Suyu coldly, its deathly still eyes giving off an indescribable pressure. For some reason, it will not come out for the time being, the first prince said slowly, staring at Suyu. The first prince spoke slowly as he stared at Suyu. Do you want to join us to hunt emperor-level ancient beasts? Suyu chuckled. Do you have any ideas? That's right. I have a 4-beast formation that can combine the attacks of 4 people into one. The first prince temporarily let go of his desire to kill Suyu and turned to cooperation. The beasts here, under the influence of the ruins, have increased their strength by more than 30%. They are almost as powerful as the double crown emperor-level beasts. It is extremely difficult for a single crown emperor to kill them. Only the combined strength of 4 emperors can kill them. Oh, you want to invite me? The first prince nodded, then shook his head slightly. You can't join the 4 beasts formation just because you want to. Suyu only smiled. If you want to join us, you must first prove that you have the strength to rival the beasts. The first prince stared at Suyu. How many beasts have you killed in half a month? The giant corpse-devouring centipede that you stole does not count. 0. Strictly speaking, Suyu had not killed the giant white-headed eagle and the great green snake by himself, although he had the ability to kill them with one strike. Then I'm very sorry. A look of contempt appeared in the first prince's eyes. Ao Xiang was even more disdainful. It seems like your strength is limited to a half-step martial emperor. The crown prince, the 9 divine princes, and him have each killed one. You're not qualified to fight with us. On the side, Empress Ziwei sneered and snorted. It sounded so nice, but in the end he didn't even have the qualifications to join hands with them. Suyu did not reply. Hee, if you're lacking people, why don't you let me join? A young man shrouded in a bloody mist suddenly leaped out from somewhere. This person's aura was extremely strange, giving people a terrifying feeling of ancient, ferocious beasts. As soon as he appeared, he put a lot of pressure on everyone present. You work for third brother. The first prince frowned slightly. Suyu also looked over, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Among the third prince's troops, the only person he couldn't see through was the young man in the bloody mist. He felt a sense of danger from a wild beast. Oh, how many emperor-level ancient beasts have you killed? The young man in the bloody mist said gloomily, Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. He patted the pocket at his waist, and 2 balls of national fortune flew out rapidly. 2. The first prince, Bei Wangqin, the 9 divine princes, and the bamboo-hatted man were all shocked. Most of the emperor-level ancient beasts in the ruins were gathered near this place, and there were very few scattered ancient beasts. It was not easy to encounter even one. The fact that he had killed 2 could only mean one thing. None of the ancient beasts he had discovered could escape from him. This person's strength was formidable and intimidating. What do you think? The young man in the bloody mist asked in a strange voice. The first prince nodded his head. Sure. He took out an ancient scroll, which expanded to 100 feet in width. There were 4 places on it for one to stand. Many strange runes were drawn in the middle, which could fuse the attacks of the 4 of them together. Here's how to use it. The first prince and the other 3 gathered near the 4 divine beasts formation and discussed in low voices. Suyu, on the other hand, was left to the side and was ignored. After 2 hours, the 4 of them had a tacit understanding with each other. They adjusted their states and prepared to attack. Get ready. The first prince was the first to jump onto the ancient scroll, followed by the other 3. Ao Xiang glanced at Suyu and sneered. What are you still standing here for? Are you going to take advantage of us again? Ha ha! I advise you to leave as soon as possible. This is a battle between the divine warriors of heaven and earth. If you are not careful, you will affect the surroundings. Don't lose your life then." The first prince also frowned slightly, a look of disgust in his eyes. "Sixth brother, if you still have the self-awareness of a prince, please don't do things that are beneath your status. If you want to seize the position of the crown prince, do it in an upright manner. Don't play dirty tricks." The bamboo-hatted man did not say a word, but glanced at Suyu lightly. The young man in the bloody mist stared deeply at Suyu. His unseen eyes were filled with an inexplicable, murderous intent. The intensity of his murderous intent was much deeper than the first prince's. It was as if he had an irreconcilable hatred for Suyu. Faced with their sarcastic remarks, Suyu's face was indifferent. He stood where he was and observed the situation. In their eyes, Suyu was still unwilling to leave with the mentality of taking advantage of them. Empress Siwei snorted even more disdainfully. She had already said so much, and yet he still refused to leave. Her eyes were filled with deep disdain. "Attack!" The first prince looked deeply at Suyu for the last time. He maneuvered the ancient scroll and flew into the crowd of beasts. All of a sudden, a strengthened emperor-level ancient beast pounced on them. It inhaled deeply, intending to swallow the four of them. Emperor dominates the world. The first prince attacked first. An unparalleled sword light was waved out. Bei Wang Chen's 9 phases unleashed 9 fist techniques that were comparable to the divine warriors. The bamboo-hatted man looked rather ordinary. He clapped his palms forward, and seemingly ordinary palm prints flew out. The attack of the young man in the bloody mist was surprisingly powerful. With a deafening roar, an extremely ferocious beast soul flew out. The 4 of them attacked at the same time. The runes of the ancient spell formation vibrated violently, twisting and fusing the 4 attacks into one point. With a loud boom, it shot out. Hell! The corpse of the giant corpse, devouring centipede, fell to the ground. It had been killed in one blow. The first prince's heart skipped a beat. He immediately grabbed the destiny of the nation. The young man in the bloody mist had no intention of snatching it. He laughed weirdly and said, "The destiny of the nation is yours, but the corpse belongs to me." The first prince was shocked. The destiny of the nation was the most important thing in the ruins of Yu the Great. He was giving up the destiny of the nation in exchange for the corpse of the divine warrior? However, this was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. He agreed immediately. "All right." Right at that moment, a black snake with a sharp horn on its head hissed and appeared. The 4 of them joined forces and killed it in one blow again. The destiny of the nation that they killed was still taken by the first prince. After killing 2 in a row, the first prince could not help but burst into laughter. He turned to look at Suyu and cast him a contemptuous look. "It's a pity that I didn't give you the chance to take advantage of me." However, Suyu had already drawn his giant bow. A jet-black arrow transformed into a flowing tube and shot out abruptly. Chirp! Before he could react, he heard the miserable shrieks of the emperor-level ancient beasts. A ferocious black tortoise was pierced through from its back to its belly. Its soul was destroyed immediately. The first prince was shocked. He stared at the jet-black giant bow in front of Suyu in disbelief. How could this bow be so powerful? He had thought that it was just a decent giant bow. Who would have thought that its power was far beyond his imagination? What was that black tortoise? It was known for its defense. If the 4 beasts formation wanted to kill it, it would have to target its weak head. However, this bow had pierced through its hard shell. It was obvious how powerful it was. Bei Wangqin, Zhu Xiang, the young man in the blood mist, and the man in the bamboo hat all stared at Suyu in shock. The 4 of them had to work together to kill a strengthened emperor-level ancient beast. However, Suyu could kill it alone. Didn't that mean that he was comparable to the 4 of them? Empress Siwei's face was extremely stiff. Her eyes were still filled with contempt. However, she was petrified. On the other hand, Suyu casually waved his hand, and the destiny of the nation and the arrow flew back into his hand. Then, he drew the giant bow again with a calm expression. Whoosh! The bowstring vibrated violently. A jet-black flowing light suddenly shot out. Instantly, another miserable shriek was heard. Another emperor-level ancient beast had been killed so easily. Everyone was horrified by the sight. The first prince's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" The ancient formation rotated rapidly. The four of them attacked one after another. However, they used their strongest divine techniques every time, which consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, they had to maintain the four beasts formation. After 3 consecutive attacks, they had no choice but to stop to replenish their divine energy and desolate power. However, Suyu looked very relaxed. He did not need to use any divine techniques at all. He could kill one effortlessly just by standing there and drawing the giant bow. While they were resting, he killed another 2. There were 13 emperor-level ancient beasts just now. In the blink of an eye, there were only 6 left. Suyu killed 4 alone, and he did not seem to have any intention of stopping. Continue, don't stop. The first prince felt a sense of crisis. He forced himself to focus and operate the ancient formation. The powerful emperor-level ancient beasts could only be crushed by the ancient formation and the giant bow. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, the remaining 6 ancient beasts were all killed. Both sides had obtained 3 each. In total, Suyu had obtained 7, while they only had 6. Apart from the destiny of the nation, Suyu did not let go of the corpses of the emperor-level ancient beasts. Although they seemed worthless in the ruins and could be found everywhere, they were very rare in the outside world. Coupled with the fact that they were cultivated in the ruins, many of them were rare breeds that were rarely seen in the outside world. On top of the ancient formation, the first prince's face was gloomy. He simply couldn't believe that Suyu's power alone was able to suppress the 4 of them, even if they joined hands. What was that giant bow? Why was it so terrifying? In fact, even Suyu himself was very surprised. He had estimated that it would be difficult for him to kill emperor-level ancient beasts. He thought that he could kill 1 or 2 at most. However, the power of the bow was extraordinary and terrifying. An emperor-level ancient beast was like a piece of paper in front of the bow. Even though it had been strengthened and its defense had been greatly enhanced, it was still vulnerable. Of course, this was also because the ancient beasts had low spiritual intelligence and only had instinctive fighting instincts. If it was like the divine warriors of heaven and earth in the outside world, who not only had rich and powerful fighting experience, but also had the most powerful chain of rules, it would be difficult to kill it with a single arrow.